Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live, get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
What's up, lads? How's it going?
Hey, what's going on?
Michael, ¿cómo estás?
Excelente, amigos. Todo está bien.
Muy bien. Está bien, gracias.
Muy bien. Muy bien.
Muy
Muy
bien.
bien.
Yes.
Can you guys hear me? all right?
How's everything?
Hey, you
How
sound
was
great,
yesterday?
Richard. Pretty
Thanks,
good.
Sorry, Michael. What did you say?
Pretty good. Pretty good. No, it was great. Closed out that Aussie dollar trade in the morning that I opened up with you,
Nice,
actually,
nice.
right at the end of the day. I believe it was, Michael, on Sunday. And yeah,
Oh,
pretty
nice.
good trade. It was all $218 winner as a 4-to-1.
Nice,
So
nice.
I will take it.
I closed out that
Yeah.
Crude oil trade yesterday and actually reached target, so TP smacked. Small trade
TP smack.
Oh, yeah.
Both had a TP smack. All right.
Yes.
I got a message a little bit later. I was watching it at home, and it's like TP smacked on my phone. It's like, yeah, thanks, Michael. The Macca
Yeah.
trick from Tiger and TP smack from Michael.
No,
Gotta
that's
love
it.
it. Yeah, that was the
We're
very
all
first
rubbing off
trade
on
on
each other.
the new account. So I was like, oh yeah, that is nice. Let's get this party started nice.
Oh, okay. How'd that one go?
It was great on NJ. I took it on Sunday session, actually at the very end of the session with Coach Tony. The very end of the session.
Oh,
I'm talking about the last 1 minute.
well, that was what I did with you with my
Awesome.
trade. Yeah.
Yep.
So
Yep.
just getting at the last possible second. And it worked out. So, hey, maybe we'll have to try more trades right at the end of our streams like that.
Right. No, I was looking.
Good
I'm like,
stuff,
oh, I'm
good
like, you
stuff.
know what? This actually just confirmed. I did my double check, triple check. I'm like, oh yeah, this just confirmed. This is good to go. So that was
Yeah.
nice.
Good stuff.
Good deal.
Nice, gents.
NJ.
See, we're
Was
still
that
in
a
the
long?
music studio there, Michael. Still not in your gangster shed in the background.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I got the piano rolling and everything. All right.
Absolutely. Gonna have Tiger
I'll have to
come
do
over and
some.
play some drums.
I was gonna say we'll have to do some recording when Richard and I get there. Make us a song.
Right.
The Three Amigos.
As long as I don't have to sing.
Plays. Yeah. Write up a Forex Fire song.
Hey,
Good stuff.
that'd be dope.
Good stuff. Guys, maybe I could just share my screen quickly, and then I'll just go through that crude oil trade that I just closed. Reason for taking it yesterday, etc., etc. So it was round about, I think it was the end of yesterday's session, Tiger, if I'm not mistaken, that crude oil actually pulled back to a center median line.
Oh yeah.
I think you also had your supply zone there, right? Which is just for your green candle prior to the strong decline. Well, prior to price actually getting in today, it then again bounced from the low median line. It went into the center median line, tagged it beautifully, and I was round about there that I got short. I did not take.
Nice.
I did not, set my target to a break of this previous low, because my worry was that it was just like one type of move into that area, and not a nice little, zigzag type of formation, which made me worried. And I think now was a good idea, obviously, that I took profit where it did. Well, the platform did, because that's why I set my target. Because we're heading back up now again. So, what is the story here? That could potentially be that we have a 1, 2, 3 ABC for the later stage, and then a fifth coming down. But who knows? Whatever the case might be, target taken. That was a trade. Sort of got out right at the bottom of it, actually, which was pretty cool. So I made like 112 buckaroos over there. And you'll see I've got a trade open currently, which I just took prior to the session.
All hail the supply zone.
And basically shorting gold for a potential move lower. We had a little 5-way sequence into a high. We had a break of previous price structure, in this case a high and low. Loads of fair value gaps or inefficiencies, as we also like to call them, or acceleration gaps to the downside. And what I'm hoping for here, at least, is not like a massive decline, obviously. In gold, I would still, in the bigger scheme of things, want to take longs, potentially like a nice little swing trade. But I'm thinking at least after this drop, we could potentially get a drop that could mimic the same sort of range as that first one. Oh my God, I shouldn't even have drawn it like that. It's horrible. Where's my parcel? Maybe an ABC or something like that, right? So if we can break this previous low here, my stop will probably be dragged to around about there, or even to break even, and see if I can aggressively manage this, if price obviously moves lower from here. But just basically a trade taken off price structure break, potentially after 5-wave sequence, maybe getting a deeper sort of retracement and just being quite aggressive with that shorting this. So I am short a very small amount, 0.05 lots gold, XAU USD, and I'll keep you guys updated with the rest. Yeah, so that's gold, guys. Maybe I can hand it over to you because I'm still trying to change a few settings on my headphones here, on my mic. But I think you guys hear me all right? Or is it just me?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Sounds
good
to me.
Loud and clear.
Okay, cool. Right, so yeah, that's me this morning. basically took a little profit on crude, and now I'm short gold. Let's see how it goes. I'll update the P&L and all that stuff there with backend momentarily. Right, over to one of you guys. Just fiddle around here with some of my settings and see if I can resolve this little technical issue that I'm experiencing. You want to guys take over then, Tiger?
Yeah, Michael, do you have anything? Because I was just kind of going through some like 5-minute supply and demand zone, so I don't really have anything at the moment. Didn't know if you wanted to maybe show us your New Zealand yen or anything else.
Yeah, I can definitely show that. I can show two, really. One of them, it looks like I just missed, not just now, but this morning. It's set up. I typically jump into bed at like 8:30. This thing set up like right after that, which is so funny. I'll run through both of them now. So this was the New Zealand trade, right? So I'm not showing anything new, right? I'm showing the same thing I always show, which is right, one of my 8 setups. So we got the 5,200 cross here. So we know we are in level 2. Right. Next thing we're looking for after that is that move off the 200. And if this isn't the move off the 200, I mean, I don't know what is. We got the first leg, the second leg, right? Price closed all the way up here, right? We had on the TDI, we had outside the band, we had inside the band, we even had our reload, right? Market baseline went below the static for the reload. So we copy this, we need. All right, sweet. Yeah, so we had the reload here. And literally, guys, when I tell you the trade was to the pip, it was to the pip. Once price closed above here, this huge green candle, I waited a little bit for price to pull. I took half the position there, obviously, like I always do, just in case there was no pullback. But I took my second position right here at the 800. And if you look closely, zoom all the way in, you can see that this candle literally went right to the 800. It pulled back, came up here and closed. By the time this candle closed up here, that was it. Like I was a decent amount away, especially on that second position. And we had, in this entire time, we had one red candle. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Actually, we had 2. I'm sorry, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, and then this huge one just pushed on past. Right, this candle right here pushed on past for the TP smacked. And yeah, this was a freaking gorgeous trade. So yeah, level 2. Well, all the M's, W's have a bat to be level 2 no matter what, because that's the only time it happens. But beautiful W off the 200. The same pattern I show every single day, 5-10 times a day. Same pattern. All right, 5,200 cross. Looking for the price to make some type of W, half a bat, head and shoulders pattern off the 200 with the reload. That's exactly what happened. This thing shot up after that. And what was even nicer was this was what I would call a Mona Lisa trade, A plus trade, because on the 1 hour chart, we had price give us the W off the 200, right? But let me delete all of this. But on the 4 hour chart, this is my level 1 money trade. So I think I might have mentioned to you guys before, but if I have 2 different setups on 2 different time frames, that makes the move just that much more powerful. This is what I would call it, again, an A plus setup. So the 1350 cross here. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So we know we're in level 1 long. Right. And this was really nice. Price went up. It came down, closed below, closed back above, closed back below, retested this, and boom. came all the way up here. This was the move. Market baseline went above the static. We had the nice little W structure off the TDI. This was it. This was a level 1 money trade on the 4-hour chart. So two pristine setups on 2 separate time frames make this trade, awesome. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this was, and Jay just got me. This was $813. So first trade, I don't know why it was only 18. I could have sworn it was supposed to be the full 1% because I had 1% on here, but it turned out it was only 0.8%. I don't know how that happened, but either way, I feel like it's shorted me by 0.2%, but it was still a nice setup. This was really good. This is exactly what I look for when I'm taking my trade. So not too bad at all. Of course, the next move would be in the cycle is the bounce off the 50. So once this continues to go, what I'm going to do here is set an alert for this because this is my level 2 money trade at this point. So we'll see when this sets up. And then that move that I'll be looking for will be something like this, back to the upside. Once again, break this level here and target these highs. Yeah, nice one for 138. So this will be the next move in the cycle. All right, so not bad at all. This may set up. We'll see. I'm not sure when, but we'll see. This might set up today. Not sure if it'll be in session, but it should set up today. Just got to watch out for this because, as you can see, this RSI line is outside of this band. So even if this just turned back around and the alert went off, I wouldn't want to take that trade. Right? If it did something like this, I wouldn't take that. I would probably still want to wait for some type of second leg to come back up. I won't want to take the second one. And again, reason being is this RSI line is pretty far outside this band right now. So we want to let that calm on down first.
Calm down.
So yeah, that was the first trade that I took this week. With the on MJ, first trade of the week. And then this thing set up last night. It was EA. This thing set up literally right after I went to bed. And it would have been hitting TP right now, which is crazy as hell.
So did you take it? Or sorry,
No, I didn't. I went to sleep. Yeah, I went right to sleep. So if you can see this trade literally confirmed. Right. I got to get up to do the stream. This trade literally sets up as you see it.
Listening to you, the bugs, you were bugged.
Bugged. So this was
partaking in a challenge. Let's run it to TP.
That's right.
Right. So literally at 22, as you guys can see, which is what 10 o'clock. I'm getting to bed at 8:39. Yeah. So this thing set up at 10 o'clock, and there was no green candles. That's the craziest part about this. Like this thing set up, and it just fell off the map. Yeah, we had one green candle. This little doji here, right? But this thing will be literally smacking TP right now. Once again, let's just go through the entire setup. 5,200 cross. So we know we're looking for some type of pattern off the 200 going to the short side. None of this counts. Why? Because it's just wicks. That doesn't matter. What does count, though, is this over here. Right? We got this M structure off this 200, right, to the downside. Right, so this is where you would have theoretically entered on this candle. I didn't take this on Monday. Obviously, once again, this is at midnight. I was definitely not up at midnight. So EA is actually a little sneaky. It set up 2 times when I've been asleep. That's so interesting. And the funnier part about it is, it's not really a long window for it, for that to happen, especially because we're getting up during London session, trading London session. So for it to set up in that 4 or 5 hour window at night is very interesting. I'm gonna have to do something about that. I don't know. But this was the move on the M off the M, right? But as I always mention, the first move, once the 5,200 cross, right, is off the 200. And I say this all the time, but the next move is off the 50. So it made the move off the 200, and then it came back and bounced off the 50 and continued to move down. And if you look at this, where did this happen out of all places? Right around his nadir, pretty much. Right? Right where this the neckline. Came back around, made a little move, manipulation, short. So same pattern once again prevails. Like this, this happens all the time. Now, whether it's clear you can see it, or whether you're up or asleep, two totally different, scenarios. But the moves and the patterns are there. So that's pretty much it. Just wanted to point those 2 things out. Yeah, I literally woke up and just saw this like 10 minutes before the stream. Because, of course, I wake up and I'm getting myself, washing my face, waking up for the stream, basically. And I always check my email, and I see my alert went off for EA, level 2 money trade. And I'm like, damn it. I'm like, well, let's hope that it's not too far. And, of course, this is all the way down here. I'm like,
Famous last words.
Yeah. So,
dang it.
That's all I can say is, damn it.
Which was that one that you were trying to revenge, Michael? Was it EN? Who was it? I can't remember. The one that
which one?
A while back looked so nice and then didn't work out. Was it EN?
Oh, that was me. That was EG.
EG.
That was EG. Yep. Yep. And as you can see, this thing still has not set up. I still got the alert set up. Yep. It's still trying. Yeah, it's EG. Oh, don't worry. As soon as this bad boy sets up, I'm going to be right here ready for it. Just keep moving it on over.
Move it on over. Move it on over.
Make sure we take care. Make sure I take care of him. Nice and simple. Get this trade to set on up. But yeah, that was easy.
2-step.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. I was looking at US 30, but I didn't like it too much. I think I was explaining this to Coach Tony. Yeah, so this is actually really nice. Like, it's close to setting up, right? We got the 5,200 cross. We got this first leg, second leg. We do have some type of W structure here, right? Going back long to the upside. But what don't we have is no reload on the TDI. So this is a pass for now. Until this thing actually comes down, give us a real pattern with the reload, then I'll take it long. But for now, they're trying to trick me. They're trying to get me to get into this trade with no reload, and it's not about to happen.
Yeah.
Not today.
No. Maybe the old me when I didn't know anything about the reload, but not now.
Yep.
Not now.
So,
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, I was telling you guys, I believe last week, I got these 2 new accounts. I'm gonna be basically pushing them to kind of trying to see what I can do. One's a 300K and one's a 100K. I'm gonna be actively taking pristine setups on the 300K account, obviously. and then from there, I'm gonna be taking the trades here in the section on the 100K account. Maybe if it's just like missing one or two checks off my list, I'll probably take that one on again, the 100K account. But if it's a perfect setup, not missing anything at all, like NJ was, yeah, that's definitely going on the 300K account. So we
Just
shall
make sure you're not
see.
sleeping.
Big boy account.
We gotta keep one eye open.
As much as
Right.
Red Bull, Michael.
Keep one eye open.
Big boy account.
Yeah, that's pretty much it for me for now. How do I have this? Oh,
Cool.
Sweet.
look like this. Yeah, I'll leave this on here for now. Well, yeah, I don't have anything at the moment else besides those two. I will be, of course, looking through everything, seeing what we got, and see if we can get a good trade popped off in this session.
Well,
Your side, Tiger? Okay, good day.
yeah. Sorry, let me get my alert off here. Yeah, let's go ahead and pop on over because I did just pop in. Oops. I did just pop into a pound yen. Positive score of a 6. And not my favorite position on here because it is a lot of choppy action, but I am looking at the Sunday gap open. Sunday here in the States. We had a really strong gap right out of the gates. I mean, 20, 40, 60 pips or whatever that is. Maybe a few more.
Okay.
And left behind this little four-hour gadget, the Friday close. Made a new high. And I think this might be even, let me go back over here. Okay, so yeah, that's a new high since July of 2024. But yeah, I'm going to take a stab at this demand here. Could have been better volume.
Okay.
But obviously it's the end of Friday / beginning of Sunday, right? So not always the greatest at those hours, but looking to try to fill that gap. So we'll see how that works. Just taking a look overall, it's been a pretty decent uptrend ever since Liberation Day. It's been obviously having a couple periods of sideways action, but just looking at this most recent kind of price action, it's just making a nice little bowl or whatever you want to call it. So since we already kind of beat that, since we already kind of broke this high, I'm just looking for kind of a little bit of a pullback. I guess some would call it a cup and handle, right? But the only thing that could potentially knock me out of this trade is the fact that they did just announce Bank of Japan, and this is not on the calendar, but Bank of Japan is said to see U.S. trade deal removing some risks to growth. So Bank of Japan is said to see steady progress towards bank's price target. Bank of Japan is said to likely keep rates unchanged on November 19th. So, yeah, that just came in literally as I was dropping this in. So that's why we had kind of that big spike in, well, that big drop in volume. If we go take a look on a 1-minute time frame, I mean, just dropped like crazy. So this is just kind of one where I've got the prevailing winds are very strong fundamental reports on this thing. So we'll see how this goes. Let me go double check, go back to my dollar index real quick where my reports are at. Let's see here. I got so many reports here. I'm getting some of them crossed up. Where is my, there it is. Yeah, so just looking, pound is the stronger of all the currencies right now as far as expectations being exceeded as far as the fundamental reports. So we're sitting at 86%. And then on the other end of it is the yen. So it's down there in the 44%. So we're just simply pairing up a strong currency with a weak currency when it comes to outperformance and underperformance. So yeah, it might chew right through it before I can finish the analysis on it, but hey, it is what it is. We're just going to give it a shot. What you got? Are we doing? Is it time to do newsy news?
Are you ready for that? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect. No, I'm ready to roll.
Yeah. Just run to your studio.
Is ready.
Quick. The newsroom.
There we go.
Right, guys, we're going to be switching over to the news. Over to you, Tiger. We'll be back very shortly.
Well, all right, traders. Stoke those engines and get ready for another scorching session of Forex Fire. Buckle up, because yesterday was a wild ride fueled by one thing and one thing only: the growing, almost insatiable market appetite for Federal Reserve rate cuts. It was like the entire market decided to go on a dollar diet, and let me tell you, the greenback was feeling the burn, posting its lowest close since late July. The U.S. dollar index, the Dixie, took a 0.3% nosedive. And frankly, it's still struggling. Sorry, 1 second. Let me close out my alert. Yeah, there we go. Sorry about that. The Dixie took a 0.3% nosedive, and frankly, it's still struggling to find its footing this Tuesday morning. It seems everyone and their grandmother is now pricing in not one, not two, but potentially 3 rate cuts this year. I guess when the jobs data whispers, the market screams. This dollar weakness was like a rising tide that lifted almost all the boats. The euro, for instance, managed to claw its way into positive territory, closing above the 1.175 level, proving it can have a good day, even when its own political drama is brewing. French Prime Minister Francois Bayrou got the boot in a confidence vote. This is what I mentioned yesterday morning, that they were having the vote. So he got the boot in a confidence vote as expected. President Macron is now on the hunt for a new prime minister, which is basically like trying to find a new captain for a ship in the middle of a storm. Meanwhile, the British pound holds its ground above the 1.355 level, looking surprisingly chipper. It got an extra boost this morning from some solid UK retail sales data, which showed the strongest growth in 4 months. Looks like the UK shoppers decided to forget about the gloomy weather and hit the stores. But the real rock stars, the divas of the commodity world, were the precious metals. And good grief, did they put on a show. Gold went absolutely parabolic, soaring to a brand new spanking record high near the $3,660 per troy ounce level before taking a tiny breather. It's like it drank a triple shot of espresso and is now just vibrating with bullish energy. And silver, silver wasn't about to be left out of the party. It blasted off to a 14-year high above the $41.60 level. Now, the charts are screaming overbought, but try telling that to the bulls. They're not listening. They are too busy counting their paper profits and laughing all the way to the vault. It's a classic case of the trend is your friend until the bend at the end, but for now, the bend is nowhere in sight. Over in the land of the rising sun, things were complicated, you could say. The Japanese yen was actually strengthening, which is a bit of a head scratcher given the political chaos. Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, he resigned over the weekend, which normally would send a currency into a tailspin, but the yen said, hold my sucky. Why is that? Well, because some solid economic data, including an upward revision to the GDP report, has traders betting that the Bank of Japan might still hike rates this year. It's a classic battle of political uncertainty versus monetary policy speculation. This strength in the yen puts a lot of pressure on its pairs. The USD JPY pair is sliding towards the 147 handle, and the GBP JPY currency pair is retreating from its recent highs. So it just goes to show you can't keep a good currency down for long. Now let's talk about the Aussie dollar, which is having a pretty decent run itself. The AUD USD currency pair is consolidating near the 0.66 level after a solid jump on Monday. This is happening despite some pretty lousy consumer confidence data from Australia. I mean, if it fell off a cliff in September, right? But the Aussie is being propped up by two things. First, the overall weakness of the US dollar. And second, fading expectations for aggressive rate cuts from the RBA, it's the Reserve Bank of Australia. Recent data on growth and inflation have been surprisingly hot, so the RBA might just tap the brakes on its easing plans. It's the ultimate tug of war between local pessimism and global dollar weakness. And we can't forget about black gold. Oil prices are edging higher, trading near the $62.15 per barrel price point. The main catalyst, of course, was OPEC Plus's decision to raise output by a measly 137,000 barrels per day starting in October. And when you consider that they were adding over 500,000 barrels a day this summer, this new increase is a drop in the bucket. It signals the group is still wary of oversupply, which is inherently supportive for prices. And add to that the potential for new U.S. sanctions on Russian oil buyers. And you've got a recipe for higher prices. So later today, we'll get the April inventory report, which could add some more volatility to the mix. So what's on the docket for today, you ask? Well, it is all about the data, baby, as always. Later this morning, we've got the NFIB Small Business Optimism Index for August. Pretty much an orange folder event or medium impact, if you will. But the real main event, the one that has everyone on the edge of their seats, is the preliminary benchmark revision to the U.S. non-farm payrolls data. Get ready for that. We all know how accurate they are or are not. Rumor has it we could see a downward revision of as many as 800,000 jobs. Holy cow. Now, if that happens, fasten your seatbelts because it will only pour more gasoline on the fire of Fed cut expectations. It is the kind of event that could make an already weak dollar completely fall apart. Then all eyes will be on the inflation data later this week, the PPI tomorrow, and then the CPI on Thursday. And if those numbers come in hot, it could throw a massive wrench into the Fed's plans and give the dollar a temporary lifeline. But for now, the momentum is clearly with the bulls on everything that is not the U.S. dollar. So keep those charts open, stay nimble, and let's get ready to trade. Forex Fire. Last thing, as always, ladies and gents, is the calendar of events. And yeah, we don't have any high or medium impact events today, just that aforementioned Swiss National Bank Schlegel flapping his lips. Okay. And then other than that, yeah, tomorrow's PPI is the first red event we have at 8:30 a.m. New York City, Eastern Standard Time. That's all I got for you at the moment. Back over to you.
Nice. As always, Tigre.
Thanks, Tiger.
Yeah.
Well done.
I don't
Good
know what
stuff as
happened to
always.
all my goodies. Got all my screens got twisted around. Give me a second. Bear with me.
All good.
Where? I'm trying to find out where my screen went. Oh my gosh, I got so many things open. There we go. Okay. Full screen. There we go. All right, I'm good to go now. I was trying to move my screen over from one monitor to the other, and it got hidden behind a whole bunch of other windows, so I couldn't find it. But I found it, and we're full screen, and we're good to go.
Gotcha. Sweet.
And we're at the bottom of the energy drink, so look out. Woo! Well, that's a good one, too. I don't normally do that, but it just sounded good today. A little bit of green candy apple flavored C4. Some good stuff.
Oh, man.
Do they have that?
Powerful.
C4? Yeah, it's good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. So don't mind me if I start rambling.
We got something called a Volt.
A vote?
A Volt.
Volt,
VOLT. Like a lightning bolt, but
Volt.
Volt.
Yeah, it's some good stuff. Looks like we have a poll question. London session kicks off. What's Forex feeling like today? Is the dollar flexing like it owns the gym? Is the pound still nursing the morning tea? Is the euro pretending everything's fine? Or is the yen meditating calm before chaos? Well, yeah, you got quite a few options there.
Yes.
Euro.
Let's see.
Yeah, I have to think about that one. I know which one I'm not going to select, but we'll see what the chat thinks first. All right. Yeah, I can definitely go through some more alerts here. I might have, yeah. Ooh, just hanging on the edge of my stop loss down there. Yeah, so that pound yen, I kind of felt like I might have been jumping the gun but again, how am I to know that that news release came out right as I was writing up the trade, right? As far as what I read off before the news. So, but such is life, right? We can never control the news releases. We can never control the media and what comes out. So it is what it is.
Trade the price.
That's right. Well, yeah, I mean, think of it. I saw that. Yeah, I saw that price drop. I'm like, well, I can't ignore that because it's right into one of my zones. Now, I am kind of criticizing myself on this because it didn't have my volume like I normally like, but I also kind of drew up this little down or upward trend line, and it's currently respecting it for the moment. Now, how long that lasts, who knows? But yeah, I mean, look at that gap. That's just freaking beautiful. Close, get a bounce. Right. We'll see how it works. But if I lose this trade, I'll know exactly why, and I'll know it the second I lose it. Right? Well, there won't be any guessing on this. So we will just we'll just let her fly. Let me just put that in the chat. My GBP JPY 4.19. Okay, perfect. Okay, so yeah, let's take a look at some more alerts over here. We'll just let that do its thing. Go over to gold because just like forever, as always, it's all about gold right now. Gold and silver. Ain't nothing changed. Gold's still the same 11 score. Silver is still 8, just like yesterday. So basically all these, I think the only thing that's changed since yesterday morning is the fact that we now have Euro Swiss on as a bearish item. And then I believe that was it. Yeah. I can't remember if pound dollar, New Zealand dollar. I think one of those was not on the list, but anyway. Yeah, it looks like the only thing that's really changed is the Euro Swiss. So, and I believe I have already put an alert on that one. If not, I'll do that right away. Okay, so it looks like I have. Okay, so there we go. So I got a little bit of a supply up here. And on a 1 hour, just give me a simple ba-bam and then a ba-bam. And there we are. That'll be the short opportunity. So that should be the only thing, and I'm already done with my updates. So yeah, I can just straight go through some of my alerts and just see where we're at.
Okay.
Okay, so the pound yen, that's the one I'm currently messing around with now. Gold, obviously, is on 11. I was watching this last night. Coach Paul was actually, he got into this trade last night. Obviously, he trades the gold futures, the micros, I believe it was, gold micro futures. So he kind of was talking about it right off the bat. And right around this area is where he got in and he kind of goes in on the 1 minute time frames, 5 minute time frames, that kind of thing. So he got in this area. Well, I took a look at the the XAU USD and had kind of noticed we had a little bit of a 30-minute demand down here. So I put an alert on there. I was more so wanting to see it close above this this little high point first, just to prove the demand strength. So it's done that. Now, since it's done that, it's kind of going all over the place there. What's that? Is that making like a funky looking head and shoulders with a droopy shoulder? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But if I'm updating this at this point, I still like that. I still like that demand. But I just want to, well, oh yeah, and that's the other thing. When I drew this up last night, yeah, so that's where it was at. Price was right there. I know that because when I drew my projection tool, I wanted to see it come up and close above here. So that's why I ended up drawing it up for a close and then down. But obviously we didn't get that. It's closed and it's all over the place now. So I'm going to probably stick with that demand. Just a simple, simple drop. I mean, at this point, we've got, stop losses. We got stop losses down in this area.
Definitely want it lower a little bit for a change. I'm in that trade and it's now bouncing against me. Let's see.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, created some liquidity down here. We had some liquidity created right here, right? Price came down, took this liquidity. These traders here that bought in this area, probably dropping their stop losses here. Conservatively, they could be dropping it right in that demand. So, yeah, just a real simple approach on this. Just buying the demand, but then turn around and, oh, come on, you silly thing. Little stop loss down here below that low. That's pretty much what the play would be. As long as I can get that decline down into my demand. Just use that whole swing low point there for risk. So yeah, that's on a smaller time frame, 15 minute. I like that it had a little bit of a fair value gap coming out of it. Nothing gigantic by any means, but is a fair value gap nevertheless. If I can draw that in there. Yeah, just like that. There's a little fair value gap. So,
minute.
Yeah. Now another thing. So this is one thing that I kind of spent some time. Michael, you weren't with us yesterday, but yeah, Friday night I ended up spending quite a bit of time, or maybe I told you on Sunday. I can't remember, but I kind of dug into supply and demand just to kind of tidy up my trading plan, my style, and just the overall filtering process. And so really the big thing that came out of that is paying a little more attention to the fair value gaps. I know I talk about it a lot, but one thing I was doing was just going towards the nearest ones. So like, for example, if I'm looking at this leg here, so from right down here to this top, because that was that initial leg that I was looking at on quiet markets last night. Well, one thing that I was notorious for was going for some of these. What the heck is going on with my charts? My charts are all over the place. Going for some of these lower quality zones. Like there's one right. Sorry guys, I'm having some issue with my mouse. Give me 1 second. What the heck is going on?
It's that cheap Walmart mouse of yours again.
Okay. No, this is my good one. Okay. There, that's what I was trying to do. Yeah, I mean, identifying that as a demand. I see this little fair value gap here, right? Well, why not trade it? Well, it's because it's too far away from the origin of the strong move. So just by looking and making sure to find the first fair value gap with a demand zone underneath, that one little thing is something I was kind of leaving out of my trades ever since we come down to the smaller time frames, because I started on these smaller time frames 12 years ago when I began my trading journey. But really over the last 5-6 years is when I've been on the 4-hour time frames as far as my execution time frame. Well, up there you're trading with the big boys, so you don't get as much noise. Those zones tend to work a heck of a lot better. Since coming back down to the 5-minute, 10-minute, 15-minute time frames, I had to kind of filter out the noise. So rather than taking, the higher probability zones, I was taking some that were lower quality. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But yeah, that's really the biggest thing I got out of that study session. I kind of locked myself in my room and forced myself to do. So it's good to do that every now and then. I think all good traders probably do that periodically, at least if they get into a little bit of a losing streak, right? It's always good, no matter how good we think we are or aren't. It's always good to kind of periodically do that, just to go through.
No, I agree.
Test
100%.
everything. Make sure you're not skipping a step, or make sure you're not creating some other new step or something. So it's just a good thing to do. I read a lot of books by John Maxwell. He's like one of my favorite life coach, self-help guru, right? And that's one thing that he said he would do every single year. Yeah, he said at the end of every year throughout the course of the year, he would take notes and things and ideas that he had come into his head throughout the year. He'd write them down and he'd file them away in a filing cabinet. And then at the end of every single year, he would pull all that out and just spend a couple of days going through all of his notes and of what he learned throughout the year, or great things he heard or learned or whatever, just to kind of review that to try to put it into practice for the next year. So this is one of the top gurus in the industry as far as helping people, right? Business, life, spiritualness, things like that. But he would still do that every single year, because there's always something to learn. So that's just kind of the approach that I kind of take with my trading, just periodically do that. Look down to the bare brass tacks, the nuts and the bolts. Hey, am I making sure to put the boxes in the correct spots? Hey, am I making sure my fair value gaps are in place? Am I making sure I'm in an uptrend when I'm buying, downtrend when I'm selling? Just like the very basics. You just kind of check them off, make a mental note of it. When I did that the other day, that's one thing I realized is that the smaller time frames, I can't get away with just jumping into any 4-hour supply and demand zone. I got to find the higher quality ones because of all the noise that we have on the smaller time frames, right? So very, very good 5 or 6 hours of investment on my part when I could have been sleeping, but I'm glad I did that. So yeah, that was kind of a little bit of an epiphany for me, a little bit of an eye opener, and so far so good. So, but anyway,
nice. That's good. That's good. It's always, like you said, it's always good to kind of go back, spend that time doing it, and it's like prime refinement time, so to speak.
Yeah.
So yeah,
we're hanging on the edge there. Pound yen, we're hanging on the edge. All right, so that was gold. So that's pretty well my play on gold. Let's see, EuroCAD. That was one I was watching, but did not get into a trade because it was an Asian session. So this was just one where I was watching the zone without any intentions in buying it. Got a little bit of, and again, it's mainly because no volume, right? No volume. It had a nice spike up and touched the high, but there was just no volume. So just wanted to see what happened when it reacted. Sure enough, it did get a bounce, and then actually bounced up close to a 2-to-1 at one point, but ultimately fell through. So yeah, just watching and learning. I do that with zones that look decent, but I know that I wouldn't put any money on. So that was just one I was keeping an eye on there. But as far as EuroCAD goes, yeah, I think I was keeping an eye on this 1-hour demand. I just wish that this candle would have kept going. Maybe that second candle come up close up here, but it didn't. It came up and just kind of dilly-dallied sideways. Technically pierced above that, but we didn't get a close. So I'm thinking I'm probably going to ignore that. That's why I drew my projection tool to come up and close up here, but it didn't do that. It just kind of rolling over. So at this point, I don't see this demand zone as being that strong because it wasn't even strong enough to close above that more recent high. So what am I going to do? I'm just going to put it a light green just so I know that there's something fishy with that. And I'm probably going to ignore it. So I can officially delete that projection tool and just draw up the next move. Because at this point, there were buyers here, obviously. Stop losses down here. So I could definitely see price coming down, collect the stop losses, and drop into this next demand for a long trade, which is a 4-hour demand. So that's probably going to be my next move. That's obviously the Friday NFP candle for EuroCAD. So that's pretty well it for that. Swiss yen. Let's see, what was I looking at here? Oh, okay. So yeah, all the Swiss pairs have gained strength off the back of that news piece I just read off a little bit ago. So just, yeah, obviously I had a demand there. Was looking at this fair value gap just ahead of it on a smaller time frame. But as you can see, that news piece just chewed right through it. So glad I didn't take a trade on that. I can delete that at this point. And I'm already in a yen trade, so, obviously I'm not wanting to get into this, especially with that news. I don't know what that volatility is going to do. Apparently it was pretty strong because, yeah, Swiss yen on its own dropped from 0.60 to so about 90 pips. Is that right? 15 minutes it dropped 70 pips. And then the next 15-minute candle, it came down to the 90 pip. Well, it bounced off this demand zone, so we'll see if the demands are strong enough. Basically, I'm looking and hoping that these demand zones are going to be strong enough to fight through that news volatility. Right? So kind of where I'm at with my trade. But that's why I wanted to give it a little bit more wiggle room when I saw that.
Right.
And upon looking at this area over here, I think I'm just going to leave it there, because at this point, if price, it kind of bounced, and it bounced off that upward trend line, that white line. So at this point, if it comes back and revisits it, yeah, I definitely wouldn't have any faith in it. You could see it just keep going. So just going to leave it alone, going to ignore it. Stop watching it, Tiger.
Right. Well, if you don't mind, Tiger.
Yeah.
If you don't mind,
you got something?
I got a setup here on AF.
Oh yeah, let's see it.
Yeah, get this going here. Back in, we can get my screen pulled up. Oh, okay, perfect. All right, sweet. So, was looking at this earlier today. This is probably the closest trade that I have for today. And it has pretty much everything. The only thing that I don't like is this part right here. This crossing back to the downside. So I'm not going to take this for a full position. I'll take it for a quarter starting. And then maybe if we get a pullback, I'll take it again. But max half, right, to about this place here. So I'll just put on second position here.
All right.
But just as we always do, just like we always have, we got this 5,200 cross back here. Back here. Scoot this over just a bit. So we know we are in level 2 longs. Right? So we're looking for some type of pattern off the 200. Yes, this is body on this candle, but on these two candles. But if you look down, you can see the yellow market baseline is above the static, so there's no reload happening yet. But if we look over here, we can see this nice W structure off the 200 going back to the upside. We got our outside the band, inside the band, and we have our reload. Right, so we have everything we need, minus this little piece right here. I'll even put, this is the only thing I don't like. Only if. right? So I'm taking it for a smaller position than I typically would. But we did just get the 4-hour close here, right? Uh, yeah, this candle literally just closed. So if you look at the previous candle, right, that just closed literally less than 1 minute ago, you see it's now above the 13 EMA. So that just gave me my final entry confirmation. So we'll jump into this trade now. Stop loss
Sweet.
here. Guess I'll reshare this. You already got this set up basically. So let's just kind of double check all of this. We'll scoot this down just a bit to make sure we're good. All right, and then boom. So we'll go ahead and buy this. So we are officially in this setup. Oh, this is. I'm like, what in the world? Why do I not see the see the thing that was on here? Okay, here it is. Here, that's why. All right, cool. That's more like it. All right, so stops below this swing here, and then let me just reshare. So stops below this swing point over here, obviously, and then we'll move our stop loss to break even around here. We got the second position on already. Just want to put all my alerts on. You guys know how I do. Like to be vigilant of it. So I'll use these alerts here. So TP hits, stop loss hit. Then I'll just put this middle one on here, just saying, hey, this thing is coming back. I'll decide how steep the move is if I want to close it early. Yes. Right. I'm not going to put the pending on. I'm just going to put the alert here. That's what I'm going to do. Because I don't know if I want to put the second position on just yet. I'll see what it looks like. But yeah, TP smacked, of course. And yeah, we will just leave it rocking out like that. So I'm going to delete all of this, though. Since I just broke that down, no, keep them cool. All right, so this is what we're looking at. This is what we're looking like. Obviously, we expect some type of pullback to probably around this area. So don't be surprised if this goes off. But yeah, everything else is looking pretty decent, minus this one piece, as I mentioned here. This is the only part where it's like, yeah, this right here is what makes this not perfect. Because technically, when the 5,200 crosses back to the downside like that, that's not perfect. I don't like it when it's like that. I'd much rather it not cross back to the downside. We do got this huge green bullish candle that closed above all of that. So it's not horrible. It's not a pass. Mm-hmm. It's just, hey, take this with less risk, less size. So that's what I am doing here. I'll back on here.
Well, it's
theoretically
bullish. It's a bullish 7 on your score there.
Oh, okay.
So there you go.
Good to know.
There you go. And that's 6 points just for the fundamentals too. So that's all fundamental help right there.
Nice.
It's pretty neutral.
Nice.
Pretty neutral on the sentiment and the technicals, as far as like seasonality, all that fun stuff. But Aussie Swiss, yeah, that's a Aussie on that scale I showed earlier is a 71%, and the Swiss is the weakest at 17%. So there you go.
Sweet.
That's good.
I'd love to hear it.
Nailed that. From a fundamental perspective, anyway. Yeah.
Right. And I just put the technical piece together. So cool. Let's see what it does.
Yeah.
But cool. That's it, Tiger. I just want to jump in and show that really quick. You can pass it back to you, my man.
All right. Sounds good.
A position here too.
Canada. Swiss franc. Oh, we're back. Okay. So yeah, I left off on silver. Yeah, so I'm still kind of keeping an eye on these little zones down here. Got an alert set for this 1 hour demand, which is obviously inside of a 2 hour demand. Yep. Just pretty good confluences no matter which time frame I'm looking at. So definitely liking that, liking this strong fair value gap coming off the 1 hour. That's real strong fair value gap. Looking at that one there. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's really nice. I like that. So that is where I'm watching silver. Oops. And then on and then that's if we can, squeeze the play out up here. Now we've been basing sideways a little bit over the last few days. But if we get a deeper pullback, then ultimately I like some of these higher time frames. This 4 hour demand within a daily demand, so that's a really good confluence. So it just depends on, depends on if we can catch this thing up here and get another spike up, or if it doesn't, no big deal. At that point, I'll just have patience to wait till we get a drop down to this area somewhere, maybe this area up here actually. I forgot. I do have that demand zone. That's looking pretty good with a nice strong gap out. So that would probably be number 2 option right there. Then I got a number 3 option, and then there's a number 4 option. There's a lot of options. One way or another, I'm getting silver. It just depends on which zone I have to wait on. Right? The silver and gold, as I've been saying, I've been missing a lot. I've been asking for too deep of a discount, and it just wants to keep running and just go parabolic, like I said in the news piece. So yeah, we'll just obviously attempt the smaller time frame first on it. Aussie New Zealand got this little demand underneath. 30-minute. Yeah, a little bit of a 30-minute demand down here. Got an alert in there. Aussie New Zealand is a bullish score of a 7. So just looking for a simple pullback down here. Might just take that up. Like if we were to, why is that doing that? My mouse, I tell you, something's up with it today. Yeah, I mean, if we can get a drop on this thing, I'll just look to take a profit right there. Don't want to get greedy and try reaching for the stars on this. I'll just stick with probably that. Keep it a 3, 4 to 1, 5 to 1. Yeah, but yeah, it's been just a nice uptrend for quite a while. It's making a pretty deep pullback. I am asking a lot. I am asking for a big discount, but yeah, that's just the one that I like the most right now. Now, the only thing that could get me in trouble on, the one thing that could get me into trouble on this, if I were to end up buying that, let me just double check. So that is 15-minute, right? Okay, 15-minute, 30-minute, no matter which time zone you look at. 30-minute would be 1 candle, which is what I saw earlier. So let's just say 30 minutes. So if I'm looking at a 30-minute entry, I'd be wanting to look at a 2-hour, 2-hour trend. Well, technically, we are getting some lower lows and lower highs on this thing, right? Even if we look at it on a 2-hour. 4-hour, yeah, same thing, right? So that's the one thing that could get me into trouble on this. It's, but I'm kind of looking at it in the context of the overall grind. I mean, it's just been going up pretty well. So that could, that could be asking too much of it to be buying a 15-minute demand off of a, pretty much a 1 hour, 2-hour downtrend. So I don't know. I'm not set on that. I may just skip that entirely just because of that reason, now that I see that. Yeah, when I first set this alert up, I mean, price was over in this area, but it pretty much went up twice as far as when I created that. So, yeah, as I talk this out to myself, I've just basically changed my mind. right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't like that. Let's go look at the volume on it real quick. Yeah, I mean, it's okay volume. Nice strength, fair value gap coming out. But, yeah, I can't break my rules, can I?
Absolutely not, unless you want to lose some money.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because one would look at that and say, okay, you could look at the trend this way and say, okay, well, yeah, that would be making a double bottom potentially where the demand is. But the reality is, I feel like I want to look at this as, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. So yeah, I am going to officially delete that alert. Or actually, what I'll do is this, because I still want to watch what happens. So I'm just going to color that light green. So that obviously tells me that there's something fishy about it. So that's what I'm going to do. I at least want to see what happens. Do we get a bullish engulfing candle? Do we get a candle with a tail on it? Do we get a gigantic volume spike? If not, and I'm not even holding my breath on that, but we'll keep an eye on it anyway, nevertheless. So Aussie, New Zealand, that's pretty much changed my mind on that. Now, New Zealand dollars on my list as well. It's a 5. It did hit this higher time frame. It's a 2-hour supply. So because it has hit that 2-hour supply, and it did that before I created this alert. But actually, well, let me revise that. If I get a close above that, then this top zone is still in play. So it really just depends. I have to basically see price come up and close somewhere up here before coming back for a buy long. So it's currently chewed through it. Now we just have to have it close. A wick doesn't count. Like you say, Michael, got to see bodies.
Wicks don't count. Yeah.
Right. So I need to see that. Yeah, exactly.
It's shockingly, it's so funny how many similarities like me and you have with certain things, right? Like,
yeah.
Like, the wicks don't do it. And then it's interesting too, because it's like, well, man, the question should be, how long did it take you to figure that out? How long did it take me to figure that out? That the wicks don't count. You need to see the body. Wow. If I had if you can just do a glimpse into how long this actually took on some fast forward thing and see all the tears and heartaches and lost trades, for me to figure that part out right there,
Yeah. Well, it reminds me of you and your reload. It took you however many years you said it took before you realized that was what was needed to filter out some of those trades that inevitably fail. So, that's something that I kind of over time finally figured out. Same thing. Like, hey, I need to see this demand zone or supply zone if I'm trying to sell. This zone needs to prove that it's strong, because in the past I would just say, okay, price jumped up 2 or 3 candles. That's all I need to see. I just need to see that initial burst out. Like, that was kind of what I did early on for years, the first X amount of years, a handful of years, before doing a little bit deeper of a dive into zone strength. And that was one of the things that I finally realized and figured out. Hey, it's got to break.
I was saying, taking that time out how you did over the weekend, right? Like, you got to set back sometime, get you some popcorn or whatever you want to do and just dig in. Like, what I like to call get on the grind, get to the nitty gritty. Like, go dark for a little minute, just so you can kind of figure out this next level. And that's like what it takes sometimes.
Exactly.
Totally feel.
It can be the simplest little thing, but there's always some way to refine it. But yeah, that's why I say now anytime I want to buy a demand zone, That's why I automatically, first thing I do is always go up top and to the left and say, okay, where's the nearest overhead supply of significance?
Right.
And obviously it's from the higher time frames down. Now that's another thing. So I'm really good at looking at the daily and the 4 hour. The thing I was lacking was looking at the weekly and the monthly. Right? Well, because daily and monthly are stronger, even stronger. So that's something I'm trying to keep a closer eye on now. That was another thing that came out of my Friday night studies. And I have a good example on one of these charts I'll get to in a moment. But yeah, I color in my weekly zones orange, weekly and even monthly. So that's something I'll get to in a bit. But so yeah, I just need to close above that zone before that pullback. If price drops and I get my alert hit and I don't see a closed body, I'm probably going to ixnay that. So there's that. Let's see here. Aussie Swiss. Okay, so this is one that I was almost going to trade last night, but I didn't. I wish now I would have. So Aussie Swiss giving me a bullish 7. And is that the one that you just got in, Aussie Swiss?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
It's treating me right now. Taking up.
Yeah, so 4 o'clock yesterday. Let's see. I got up at, that's 3 o'clock. That's 4 o'clock. Go down to a smaller time frame. I got up yesterday, 6, so that's 4:30. 4. No, I was up at that time. Okay. So yeah, about the time I got up and started messing around with my charts, I realized that this Aussie Swiss had dropped into a demand. So there's a 30-minute. Now again, it's not a red candle, it's a green candle. But the important thing about zones is you get a wick up, you get a wick bottom. It really doesn't matter what color it is, right? I mean, obviously a red down candle is good. The doji candle, okay, when it's a doji candle, it really doesn't matter. If it's small body, tiny body, whatever the case is. The point is you're getting agreement in that range, price going up and down. So then price shot out. Again, that's not the greatest volume. So this was part of the reason I didn't just jump into this trade yesterday. But yeah, price came down and it got that bounce. And yeah, like I said, price was somewhere in this neighborhood. Oh, that's what it was. It was kind of creating this little, kind of double top right at the moment, at that point. So I just was like, okay, well, I missed that move. Now let's drill down and see what we got on a smaller time frame. And on a smaller time frame, I think I was looking at it on a 10-minute. Yeah, 10-minute. So you had the fair value gap, and then there's the candle right there, the demand. So I wrapped a rectangle around it, and I was in the early part of quiet market session. Apparently, I didn't see this. And what was my reason for not getting into this trade? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, so that's 8:40 my time. I start quiet markets at 8 o'clock. Oh, that's why. Because I was looking at this zone. Well, same thing. This zone pushed price up, but was not even strong enough to close above here. Right? Above this little high point here. We just got the wicks.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't get no bodies. So that's why I ignored that. And not to mention, it was in the Asian session, which is the red background. It's just not my favorite time to buy and sell. I mean, I'll do it on the smaller time frame. Well, this is a 10-minute. I don't know. I just didn't feel it. I wanted to see this price action close above here, and I didn't get that. But guess what? At the end of the day, both demand zones worked out perfectly. So I missed 2 demand zones that I was watching on the same pair. But I obeyed my rules. Right? My rule states I have to see price close above the recent swing high. So I'm happy.
You just got it.
It's annoying that the trade ran off and profited. Well, would have been a profit, but it's okay. I didn't break my rules. Because I always remember back to all the years where I would buy these, and then they turn around and go and tag my stop loss. So this doesn't happen that great very often. Okay, but it did. Just goes to show supply and demand zones have a mind of their own sometimes. Okay, so now that we got that, actually, I'm going to leave that example for Coach Paul tonight because we were talking about this on stream. So I'll just not delete that.
Oh yeah.
Euro Swiss.
Yeah, I listened to y'all for a quick second before I fell asleep, talking about guilty pleasure songs. I think it was something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. We were talking about those.
I almost put mine in there, but I was right at the point of falling asleep. But I think he said something about some Pink and I forget who else.
Taylor Swift.
But
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift, yeah. You know, it's a good one to me that is like every time I hear it, it gets stuck in my head. Is the I don't even know who sings it, but it's like na 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 na. Nah, nah,
oh yeah.
Can't get you out of my head.
Yeah. Kylie Minogue.
That's a super cool. Oh, okay.
Kylie Minogue. Yeah. One of her songs is one of my guilty pleasure songs too.
That's it right there.
Yeah.
Every time I hear it, grown man, I gotta bust out singing like a little white one.
Yeah. We all have them, and don't anybody try to deny it. What's going on, Jean? Just now seeing you in the chat. Euro New Zealand took buy H4 testing structure. Pound New Zealand also took buy H4. Euro New Zealand, Pound New Zealand. Let's take a look at those. So Euro New Zealand. Oh, hey, what's up, Richard?
Rich.
Was that you testing? Okay, so Euro New Zealand took a buy, H4 testing structure. So, Zhong, is this where you're talking about? I'm assuming. So there's your 4-hour chart right into a 4-hour demand zone. That's beautiful. I mean, that's beautiful. Now, where's that in the context of the trend? Okay, we're in an uptrend. That's beautiful. Yeah, I can't really dog anything about that, Jean. That's great. Overhead. Now, obviously, it pulled back, right? But overhead supply. Yeah. Closest overhead supply, if you can get it. Doing that. I swear something is wrong with my magnet or something. I don't know why it's doing it. I'm making a rectangle. It's like it's making me right click whenever I do that before I can drag it to where I want it to go. I don't know why it's doing that. Zhang, yeah, I mean, look, if you can get a little bit of a push up, break that top there, yeah, you got quite a bit of room. You know, get you a nice little profit up to there. I would just be careful and consider, trailing your stop if you get up in this area at least. You don't want that supply zone to turn around and, bounce against you and take away your profit. So not sure what kind of take profit, method you have, but I'm just telling you what I would do, right? Not saying I would necessarily close it out, but yeah, that'd be at least a, if let's just say maybe you bought a little ahead of it, put your stop down here, about a 40 pip range, 48. So that's about a 2.5 to 1. That's not bad. Not bad at all, depending on where you put your stop loss. I like it. So Euro New Zealand. And then Pound New Zealand. Okay, so you doubled up on the New Zealand. All right. Take a look at Pound New Zealand. Probably going to look similar. Yeah. What does that look like on a 1 hour? Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously that's support. So I see what you're talking about. Yeah, it looks like you're buying in this area here. I don't know exactly where your entry point is, but yeah, I mean, that's not a horrible place. Didn't really push. I mean, it pushed pretty decent, but yeah, I'd be interested to know, like, do you just touch the support itself to buy? You know, or do you look at a zone, like a demand zone like I do? Yeah, I'd be interested to know that. If it's just straight support, then yeah, I mean, you had obviously a really strong move up from that point. But yeah, same thing as the Euro New Zealand. I would just be wary of that supply zone up here. Oh my God, what is the matter with my rectangle tool? I don't understand it. Get rid of some of these. Let's see, it looks like I put a supply there. What time frame was that? Get rid of some of this crap. 30-minute. Oh, 30-minute, yeah. So there is a little bit of a 30-minute supply just to be wary of. But ultimately, the bigger threat for a turnaround would be, yeah, right here on this 4-hour supply. So yeah, there's just a couple take profit ideas for you, Jean. Right? Yeah, targeting previous highs. Okay. Just support, and I also consider price divergence between these two. Yeah, there you go. So let me ask you this, John. If you're taking 2 New Zealand dollar trades, are you putting a full risk on each trade, or are you splitting up your risk? Half risk on one trade, half risk on the other. Right? That would be what I'd be interested in knowing, because I used to do that. I used to buy $2 or $3 pair trades. Then you have the dollar go the opposite way. It knocks you out of all 3, and then you ended up with 3 regular risk trade losses, and it's really annoying. So I know I started kind of divvying that up. I usually just pick one or the other, right? If I'm going for a New Zealand trade, I'll just stick with one. But sometimes, like in your case, Euro New Zealand, Pound New Zealand. 2% each. Okay, so there you go. So you're putting 2 full risk trades on. Okay. Well, hopefully that works out for you, but obviously the downside is if it goes against you, then you've doubled up your risk on one currency. So just be wary of that. Not saying you're doing anything wrong, but I can tell you that's what got me in trouble early on in my career was doubling up and even tripling up the risk on one currency. So yeah, all it takes is for you to be wrong one time, but then you double and triple your losses. So just be wary of that. That's all I'm saying. But no, hopefully that works out for you. As far as Euro New Zealand, as far as the fundamentals go, Euro New Zealand, Pound New Zealand, I think they're pretty well neutral on my scoring system. Let me just look at my top setups. Neutral. Let's see. Pound New Zealand is a neutral score of +2. And then Euro New Zealand is a -4. So yeah, I would just be a little wary about the fundamentals on Euro New Zealand, because you're getting quite the. Let's do this. I'm gonna go with just the minor pairs on my setups real quick. Let's do this. I'm gonna pull this up for you just so we can take a look at this together, Jean. Euro New Zealand, Pound New Zealand. And this, hopefully, maybe this might help you out with, some, just to be aware of the basics of the fundamentals, like I like to look at. Okay. So there's the Pound New Zealand and the Euro New Zealand. So the Pound New Zealand, you can probably get away with. The Euro New Zealand, that's a little iffy because, well, first of all, you're fighting the trend on both of those, right? If you're looking at some of the recent swings. But specifically the Euro New Zealand, I mean, the GDP, the more recent GDP, both sectors of the PMI data, the manufacturing and the services, and the retail sales, and the unemployment rates, that's all favoring a bearish narrative on your Euro New Zealand trade. Now you're being buoyed by the seasonality, so this is typically a good season for both of those. and you're getting bullish ratings for the CPI and then the employment change numbers. So those are helping you. The challenge is you don't have enough points in the favor of the bullish narrative on either one of them. But again, you could probably get away with it on the pound New Zealand, because although it's neutral, it's at least a positive 2, not a negative 2. So -4, all it needs is one more negative piece of news out of one of these upcoming events. And that's going to drop this to a -5, which puts it in the bearish camp, which would put it on the radar, for me, for the big banks, the institutions. Not saying I'm that cool. Okay. Let me preface that. I know that's going to go onto their radar to be trying to sell this. So I'm just trying to put myself on their coattails. So yeah, just be aware of that. If you get one negative report, like if the CO, well, I don't know. I don't think we have anything major for the Euro or the New Zealand this week. Let me just double check that. Euro, New Zealand. Yeah. Oh, well, actually, yeah. Thursday, we got the financing rate statement. So I don't know if are you in trades just during the day? Are you in multiple days? If so, then yeah, I would definitely be aware of that by Thursday for sure, because of the rate. They're expected to keep rates the same, 2.15% in the Eurozone. But yeah, if you're just doing like a short-term trade, something small, what you suggest if I want to close one, which one? Yeah, look, I'm not a financial analyst. I don't get paid to say that. If it were me and I were doubled up on those trades, I'd be getting out of that Euro New Zealand trade. That's what I would be doing, right? Because at least I would see that I got a fighting chance on the pound New Zealand, because it is giving me a little bit better of a score. And this is why, because when it comes to the PMI data, GDP, the retail sales, unlike the Euro New Zealand, it's at least giving me neutral scores. But the PMI, retail sales, GDP, that's all negative for the Eurozone at the moment. So that's kind of, I guess, the easy way to answer that. Let's take a look, actually. Yeah. So looking at the surprise meter, the New Zealand dollar is actually 63% of their recent reports have exceeded expectations. So that's not bad for the New Zealand dollar. But now when it comes to the British pound, it's 86%. So so that goes back to my Dixie chart over here. Okay. So let's take a look at this, Zhong. So the New Zealand, 63%. That's actually a fairly strong score. But the British pound is stronger. It's 86%. So 86% of the British pound reports have exceeded expectations. But when you're looking at the euro, it's only 50%. So what you're essentially trying to do is buy a weaker currency and sell a stronger currency. Right? But if you're buying the pound New Zealand, then you're looking a little better, because the pound, even though the New Zealand is strong, the pound is a lot stronger. The pound is the strongest one. So I would keep that, my friend, if I were you. But again, that's your choice. Right? But that would just make the most sense logical to me. Because, yeah, let's take a look. That's something we haven't looked at. Actually, can take a look at the UK's economic report by itself. Yeah, because it's actually pretty blue. It's a pretty blue color. Go down to pound New Zealand again.
Let's see.
So this is the pound, and this is why it's so strong, because outside of September 1st, which is when we had a bearish report on the manufacturing PMI data, everything else has been bullish, and then you have one neutral in unemployment. But of the most recent ones, the ones within 7 days, yeah, services, PMI, retail sales, bullish numbers. You got expansion. You got an expansionary number for the services PMI. Anything 50 or above is expansion, right? Under 50 is contraction. So got a really good expansionary number there. And then retail sales, well, they were technically dropped, but doubled up the forecast, 0.3 to 0.6. So that was a nice bullish score on that. Now, if we look at and compare that to the euro, then it's just not as pretty. Right. So that one, that was that. But yeah, you look at the euro, it's just not as pretty. You got a couple other bearish items on here from the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th. Here, that was the services PMI, the retail sales, and the employment change. So you can just clearly see that's 50%. And then British pound is 86%. Right. So, yeah, British pound all the way. If you ask me.
Let's do it.
Hope that helps, Sean. Yeah. Yeah, you bet. Yeah, you're welcome, John. What time is it? 4:36. Okay. Aussie Swiss. See, I think we already went over that. Euro Swiss. Gotta look at that on a smaller time frame. Yeah, so just going through some of my alerts. Yeah, Euro Swiss. Just kind of keep an eye on this range here for supply. Nice 1 hour supply. Looks like that might even be about the 50% fib level. Yeah. So for you 50% fib traders out there, okay, that's a nice supply zone right at the 50 spot. So simple sell out of that area, at least down to this low, unless we create some funky demand zone up in this area. Now, here's the other thing. You know, I put these projections out, but if we get price coming up, and then it bases and then makes a strong drop or strong jump into price, well, then that's going to create a new demand zone too close to that supply. So sometimes, even though I write these out, that's obviously without knowing if we're going to get any demand zones created on the way up. Because if we do that, then that changes the narrative on this. Because then I'd be selling and I'd have a demand zone close for comfort to where I'm not getting what I like, which is 3 to 1s, 3 to 1s, 4 to 1s. Richard? Yeah, I hear you, brother.
Yeah. No idea.
Yeah, we hear you.
The Gremlins out on a Tuesday.
Some beach.
Like sitting there.
Some beach.
Muted.
Somewhere. Did not know these fundamentals, Jean says. Yeah, no, we can hear you for sure. Only reason to enter EZ setup was there. Euro and pound positive correlation. Just want to hear your thoughts about currency correlations. Yeah, currency correlations. So I don't really pay that much, a ton of attention to it, Jean. I personally am more of a fundamentalist. You know, I look at the sentiment analysis and the fundamental analysis first. I don't even look at a chart until I have a matchup. Charting is the last thing I do, in my opinion. It's just not as important to me. Like, just basic technical analysis can typically get you through a trade, get you in. But as long as I have a strong reason to buy or sell something, this is the most important thing to me. I don't really pay a ton of attention to the correlations. I guess I can't really. I don't know, Michael, do you do that? Do you look at correlations much on Forex?
Yeah, not look at them specifically as far as like trying to base trades, but if I say, for example, Euro USD and USD CHF, if one of them, if Euro USD sets up, I'll look at USD CHF just to see if it's cleaner going the other way or vice versa.
Yeah.
And then I do the same thing with like Euro GBP and Pound Swiss. So if Euro GBP sets up and it's okay, I'll automatically know to look at Pound Swiss to see if it's cleaner. So maybe in that aspect. but not too much further than that. And yeah, if I do
Yeah.
take both, I'll split the risk. I wouldn't take them both with a full position.
Yeah, and just to finish my thought on that, Zhong, like the reason I don't pay that much attention to it is because I'm typically just, I'm only trading the currency one time. I'm not getting into Euro New Zealand and Pound New Zealand. I'm not getting in. If I'm in a dollar trade, then I'm going to ignore the other 6 currencies that are paired with the dollar. So yeah, sometimes I'll look if I'm looking at, 4 completely different currencies. So 2 currencies for one trade, 2 different currencies for another. I'll kind of keep an eye on it. But I don't get into a lot of trades throughout the day. I'm usually just in one trade. So that's part of the reason I don't pay that much attention, just because I'm not getting into, 2, 3, 4 trades at a time. So, but yeah, obviously I keep an eye. I have a website where I keep a look at the correlations at times. What is that? Is it FX Street? I can't remember what site it is. Yeah, I can't. It's in my saved files, but I can't even think of what it's called. That's how little I use it. So,
What's up, Christopher?
so yeah. Sorry about that. Morning, mates. How y'all doing? Christopher says, guys, you almost passed my second phase on my 10K. Only 2 trades to do the deed. I'm happy because
Nice.
it's the first I have ever won anything on the media, so I am determined. Hey, brother, keep it up.
Well done.
Hey,
If
what's
I
up?
remember right,
That's
are you the one that? Yeah, weren't you the one that got your account and then you were already up like a bunch of percent within that first couple of weeks? I feel like we might have
No, I
talked
think it
about
was
this
Christopher.
last week.
I think you're right.
I feel like that might have been right. Yeah, I can't remember what
Yeah.
percentage you said, but yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
we say yeah.
Yeah, because
That's my brother's name is Chris, so I thought you thought about that.
right on.
Well done, Christopher.
Awesome, man. Well,
Good
keep
job,
it up.
good
Let
job.
us know. Yeah, keep
Nice.
checking in. Check
Yes,
in with
for
us once
sure.
you get it passed, and we'll definitely shout you out. Absolutely.
Once again, just
And then
keep
the
doing
real fun
exactly what you're
begins.
doing. Don't quit to make you look.
Yeah. Then the real fun begins. You can start keeping some profits.
Yeah.
Don't change
All
anything.
right. Swiss yen. That's another one that bounced
What in
in.
cobbler?
So yeah, that's 3
James.
That's 3 yen pairs that dropped into demand zones, and I may have picked the one that probably doesn't want to act right. Yeah, I ended up dropping that stop. I just wanted to drop it below this because here's what I was looking at after the fact, and this is why I bet a little less risk than I was going to, because I was considering moving this. But yeah, we've dropped into this demand now, so we're going to see how that works out. But I'm definitely not going to move it from here. Yeah. Drop it, or, basically put on a little less risk than I normally would, just in case I wanted to do that. But yeah, then I determined that. So it's okay. Pound yen. Okay, so Swiss yen. Like I said, all these yen pairs have been dropping into demand zones. So hopefully I can look at that as an overall picture that, multiple yen currencies have dropped into demand zones. So getting a little confluence. I definitely like the sound of that as opposed to just one of them hitting a demand zone.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So you should be getting those other 3, on all 3 of those that I've looked at so far. That base currency, hopefully that'll be sucking in some longs to help buoy it all out for me. So, Coach J.
James, what's up?
EuroCAD, I think I went over this one already. Yeah, just looking for a simple drop into this demand here. I believe that's the 4 hours. So I already went over that one. New Zealand yen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we had price from this demand come up and close above this little high. So going down to my 2 hour, got a little demand in this area here. But again, this is this is in Sunday. Oh no, hold on a second. Is that Sunday? Sunday 4 Sunday 4 p.m. Yeah, that's my market open. here in Kansas City, 4 p.m. on Sunday. So going to keep an eye on that. No, not a horrible volume, as you can tell. Just disgusting volume. So probably ignore that. But as always, just want to see what happens if and when price hits. It was at least strong enough to keep going, close above these highs. So we'll see what happens when price comes down. But I am going to color that box light green, just so I know to be suspicious of it. Silver. Yeah, already went over silver, Aussie yen. Got a couple options here. I don't think I went over this one yet. So we did kind of close above this supply zone. So on the zone up top, it's kind of the same picture as the last one I just talked about. Yucky volume. So here we go. We're going to do some more light colors. Suspicious. Caught in a trap. I can't walk out. Because I love you too much, baby. Suspicious minds. All right, so I'm probably going to pay more attention to this bottom demand. Little suspicious. It's a little suspect.
Oh, a little sus. Just a little sus.
Yeah, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to change my mind, and I'm going to now focus on that demand. But I've had a lot of these gaps. We had quite a few gaps on Sunday. So, it's just going to be interesting just to see what happens when price returns to some of them. Aussie yen, of course, all the yen pairs gap. CAD Swiss. Man, I got a lot of drawings on this one. Go back to my 4-hour real quick. Okay, origin of the strong move. Had a little pause here, another drop. So let's look at that on a smaller time frame. Well, obviously, a little bit of supply here. It'll be interesting to see what we get out of that. But it's a little too close for comfort as far as taking a short out of that, because the range of that zone, we'll call it 10 pips. At the end, it only dropped. So it basically dropped 2 to 1, two risk units. Not enough. I need more than that. I need more than that. I would have needed to see another unit of drop before considering that. 2 to 1, that's just not enough. Right? So I'm just going to delete that until I might delete it until I get more information. Need more information.
Más información.
That's right. Necesito más información. Now that's a big move up, but yeah, I think that's the closest thing I have to a move at this point is this supply here, which created an awesome fair value gap out. So that's going to be my move on.
If you're asking me something, Tiger, that I'm short on gold, that's right. I'm just doing a little day trade. Thinking that we might get a little decline.
You are a brave one.
I'm not being short overall, right? So I am still very, very bullish gold. I'm just thinking that we could get a small pullback. And at that stage, we might reverse the trade if I'm right about the small pullback for now. So very, very small position as well. I would definitely not load up on the lot size if I'm going short on gold currently.
Yeah, I think you were just kind of...
It was just a little bit of a breakup structure after this uptrend during today. And just took that based on that. A strong drop lower. And hoping that we can get another leg like the first drop that we've seen downwards from around about the 1:50 a.m. Central Time. So maybe just a zigzag lower. So I'm just trading that. Just trying to get a few trades going. But again, definitely not short in the long term.
Bouncing into a 30-minute supply. So you could see that dropping for you.
Yeah, that's
we'll see what happens.
Just that little turn towards the roundabouts where you got your supply or demand zone. Sorry.
Yep. Yeah, I need to actually draw it out for my potential trade because I'm looking to buy down here. So definitely be selling before that area if I get some profits up to that area, maybe trail the stop a little bit. So yeah, you can just sell it on down to me, Richard, and I'll take that inventory off your hands, take it the other way. Teamwork makes the dream work, y'all.
Buy it. And reverse it. That's the plan.
Good deal. All right, 58.19. So yeah, that's pretty much my play. Just going back to the higher. Now that's a long move for CAD Swiss. That probably realistically may not make it up there, but that's about the best thing I have right now. If price would turn around and drop a little further down, maybe to this area, like if that candle comes down, and then maybe I would take a swing at this. Because I mean, yeah, I already drew it up. That's technically a supply zone right here. But then you look to the left. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5 basing candles. And to be fair, you'd probably have to include the wicks as well. I don't like that. Yeah, I'm probably just going to ignore that. Not even going to draw it up. I just don't want it. I'm going to stick with what I got. If I don't get a deep retracement, then I'll just let CAD Swiss do its thing, and then I'll go find something better. Okay, so somebody was asking me about the S&P. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Don't really have a play on the indices, as of right now.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Yeah, me neither.
Double
they
check.
Kind of funky. They're not ready yet.
Yeah.
What was
I mean, China 50.
Rating yesterday, that was -4 or something, was it? Has anything changed there?
Which one was that?
Neutral. I can't remember. Dollar Swiss.
Oh, dollar Swiss? That was. Oh, wait. That was. Oh, yeah, it's neutral. It's not even on my list. It was a dollar Swiss. Dollar Swiss is a -1.
Okay.
Pretty neutral. Pretty neutral.
Gotcha.
But yeah, going back to the indices. So yeah, still you got the S&P at a 2, Russell at a 2, NASDAQ at a 2 as well. So all 3 of those are a 2, and then the Dow's a 0. So just not getting a whole lot of anything on the indices. The DAX in Germany is still giving me a -5. Oh, I guess I did print that over here, didn't I? Yeah, so, yeah, well, there you go. I guess I did copy and paste it over. Just realized I did that. So if anybody trades the China 50, getting a bullish score there.
Mm-hmm.
But probably not very many people in here trading that. I would trade it if I had it on one of my broker platforms, but I just don't have it. So that's kind of that for now on the S&P. Yeah, I'm just going to ignore that. I'm going to delete that. I don't want to get tempted to buy that. I mean, that's not a bad. Let's see. Why did I draw that in the first place? I pretty well touched it anyway. So, yeah, I'm just going to get rid of that. That was just something I was playing around with. Okay, so I've got 4 more, and I'm done, guys. Oh, this was the one I was talking about with the weekly supply. Or monthly supply, I'm sorry. So initially I was looking at this trade. Pound Swiss, let's see. Pound CAD, 8,600. Yeah. So this is just one I wanted to be wary of because I'm looking at this demand down here on a 30-minute. Yeah, 30-minute demand. So this 30-minute candle here, awesome volume. Really love the volume on this thing. Obviously, that's the NFP candle. uptrend if we're looking at this swing low to this swing high, breaking this top. Now, obviously, if you zoom out, well, obviously it looks a little different, but yeah, I'm just going with it on the 30 or the 1 hour. It just depends on how you want to look at it. 2 hour. But what I was talking about was, the importance of now just looking at some of these higher time frames. So if I turn my order block tool, you guys can see on a monthly chart, we're sitting in a supply zone, right? Price had this awesome move up since, 2022. And then ever since March, we've just been chilling in this little 500 pip range on pound CAD. So this supply already got touched back here and dropped like crazy. So that's basically what I was talking about earlier, when I said I was adding in some of the higher time frames, just to make sure I'm not chilling in a higher time frame supply or demand zone when I'm trying to, go against that liquidity or that price action.
So just chilling,
but also
chilling in the wrong spot.
Not only that, we kind of busted into this daily supply as well. Well, it's already touched it, came back, but it's retracing it, so it's made a new high. So because it made the new high, I'm feeling better about not worried about this last little bit of space up here that didn't get touched in the supply, right? That went, 90% of the way through it. Yes, it declined, but now we're going through. So we've pretty much closed out that daily supply. But yeah, that's all I was wanting to say was I just want to be aware of that. It's a 30-minute demand I'm trying to buy, but I have to also keep in mind, don't get greedy because I am still technically in the middle of a monthly supply zone right now. So that's why I drew the orange box, which it's kind of big and bold and loud and in your face. So I think I'm actually just going to move it out of my way a little bit. There. Now I know it's there and it's not in the middle of my immediate price section. Stay over there. I know. I see you. I see you, monthly supply. I see you. All right. So that was CAD. That was CAD. Pound CAD. Yeah, and all these that I'm going over are obviously on my watch list. So, did that make it through that? Oh yeah, so that's where the daily got touched back here. So same thing. I can kind of get rid of this daily now. Just leave it over there. I know it's gotten tagged. So that's pound CAD, Aussie yen, and then I'm about done. Aussie yen. So here's a demand zone that spiked up, busted through that overhead supply / support or / resistant. So I was looking at this trade as well. But again, I'm already in a yen trade, so I'm going to ignore it. Got a couple opportunities, though. Let's just say that other one stops out, right? If it stops out for a small loss on the pound yen, well, I'll probably stick with the Aussie yen as my next option because it's given me a very bullish score of a 9. So that's actually, this is actually the strongest yen weakness trade. But we had that positive yen news, which could, it's not, I don't think it'll throw a wrench in it. So basically that was positive yen news, right? So that should make the yen pairs all drop, and they have. But I'm using it as fuel. I'm using it as, okay, that's what the average trader is going to do, retail traders. They're going to go and buy yen. Well, good. Go buy the yen. That way I can take the opposite end when it hits my demand. Right? So whether it hits now, I think I mentioned it earlier, I'll probably ignore that one because we didn't have a lot of volume. But yeah, just buy your yen. Buy yen, buy yen, buy yen. And if we get down to this demand, I'm taking the opposite end of it. That's essentially what I did on, that's what I did on the pound yen, but I don't know. After looking at all the other yen pairs, I feel like this one, I don't know. I feel a lot more comfortable with the Aussie yen than I do the pound yen. So I should have done a little more research, but the alert hit. I got excited.
It is what it is.
And I just jumped in. Yeah.
Tiger,
So anyway, that's
we're
pretty
gonna
much
take
it.
a
I know we
little
got break.
break. Mhm.
Yep.
So
That's
to all our
pretty
viewers,
much
we'll take a 15-minute break. We'll be back right after that. Just, recharge our batteries a little bit. So there will also be a 5K challenge account being given away. But we'll announce when that will happen. So please do stay tuned. And we'll see you guys very, very soon. Jump back into the charts. See you later, Tiger, Michael, and to all of you.
All right. Back to
All
15.
right. See you guys in 15 minutes.
I know.
Hey, hola amigos, I'm Michael Keller, and I'm one of the trading coaches here at Ola Prime.
But more importantly, I'm just a regular guy who turned trading into freedom, and I'm here to help you do the same. So this is a glimpse into who I am in front of the screens and beyond the charts.
See, a strategy will get you in the trade, but mindset keeps you in the game.
I started trading back in 2012, and honestly, I lost more than I won in the beginning, but every loss taught me something. It wasn't about having the fanciest indicator. It was about mastering my mindset.
Living in Mexico has taught me to slow down, breathe, and be present.
Trading is what I do, but it's not who I am. I'm a dad, a husband, a traveler, and a student of life. And all of that makes me a sharper trader. When I'm in flow outside the charts, I'm in flow on the charts too.
This game doesn't reward speed, it rewards skill.
Listen, everyone wants to flip $100 into 10,000. I get it. But be consistent, focus on execution over excitement, risk small and learn fast. And if you ever feel lost, reach out. That's what we're here for.
Well, guys, that's a glimpse into my life, my story, and who I am, not just in front of the screens, but beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon, and let's grow together. One day, one trade, one lesson at a time. Welcome to Ola Prime.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Richard. I'm one of the coaches from Hola Prime. Join me as I take you behind the scenes on a little tour of what I like to get up to on a daily basis and beyond charts. I started trading 16 years ago, but through persistence and a very high level of dedication, I got to learn 3 invaluable lessons through my career. That trading should be treated as a business. It's really not a game. Consistent profitability demands effort, and there's really no shortcuts or any way around. And especially risk management, which isn't, it's part of your survival as a trader. You see, early on I realized that success in trading is only 20% strategy and 80% mindset and emotion. Now, as a coach at Hola Prime, my focus is very simple. Helping traders build systems with an edge, cultivating the discipline and focus needed to execute them consistently. You see, guys, the markets doesn't care about you. It will humble you if you let your pride override rules and reward you when you execute your plan without fear or hesitation. As a trader, I like to get outdoors as much as possible. Really try to strike a balance between trading and also leading a healthy lifestyle. Leading a healthy lifestyle for me could be anything. Hiking, I love swimming as well. Today is not really the weather to go and swim, but I will take the dog out for a walk. I'm really trying to force healthy habits so I can stay focused when I really need to, when I'm behind the charts, and all the stresses that comes with it. Is getting outdoors really helps relieve those stress and helps me personally keep focused as much as possible. In my spare time, I like to play deep dance with my trainers. And just as in training, skills and practice is everything. And that's a wrap, guys. Look behind the scene of who I am, what I do every day, beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon. Take care.
transparency.
Well, hello everybody. My name's Tiger. I'm a coach here at Ola Prime, and I wanted to give you a quick little glimpse into who I am, both inside and outside of trading. So let's check it out. So I've been trading now for going on 11 years, and that first decade of my trading was all about technical analysis. And really over the last few years, though, I've really dug a lot deeper into fundamental analysis and sentiment analysis, seeing how the bigger banks and institutions are trading so I can ride their coattails, so to speak. They're the ones making the money, so I've just kind of looked at trading like Edison and his light bulbs. He's went through thousands and thousands of different prototypes in order to find the one that worked. Look, one of the things about trading that people get wrong is they think it's an overnight get-rich-quick scheme. So, you know, for me personally, all the hard work was done well before I even picked up trading, and it all had to do with reading some good books. So, one of my favorite books right there, The Magic of Thinking Big by Dr. Schwartz. And as you can see on there, the chapters, best way to read this book is read chapter 2, 12, and 13, and then turn around and read the whole book. Powerful, let me tell you. And I'm sure you caught that above my bookshelf. One of my biggest things that I love doing is bowling. I'm a very competitive bowler. Bowled a lot of perfect 300 games, so they give me these nice little trophies whenever you bowl a perfect game. Got another one for an 800 series, basically bowling 3 games of 800 or higher in a 3-game series, so it's like a 250 average. Pretty good stuff, but compete in national tournaments, state tournaments. I've won a lot of them, so bowling, that's one of the top hobbies that I have. Outside of that, I love singing. I like to go and belt some tunes, whether it's karaoke or just singing in my car, some carpool karaoke. But other than that, listen, on the weekends, I love nothing more than just to hang with my girlfriend. She's an awesome, incredible woman, and she kind of balances me out because she sees how hard I focus on trading. So it's just a very good reset at the end of the long, hard week of trading to just get away, just step away from it all, go enjoy each other's time, and prepare for the next week. So that's a bit about me. Just let us know how we can help. Just remember, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, okay? The basics of trading are quite simple to learn. It's just all the nuances that take a while to really master. So just keep that in mind. Don't overwhelm yourself. We'll take your hand. We'll lead you to where you want to go. Like I say, just one step at a time. So with that, have a wonderful day. Look forward to seeing you in a session soon.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Ola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets, and I've learned the best way to trade the markets. By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out. If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading. I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading, as well as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got the license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Ola Prime.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Ola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs at the beginning, and it took me, I would say, almost 10 years before I could actually call myself a trader. Personally, I like to travel. I like to go to different places, see different cultures, meet new people. I also like a good spa day, just sit there by a pool, relax, get a massage. You can see from the screens behind me, it's just a lot of stress, a lot of digits, a lot of moving, a lot of fast moving markets. You can't spend your whole day in front of a screen. You will burn out, and sadly, you probably won't be as successful as if you just relaxed a bit more.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Adeline, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. But don't worry, I won't make you do endless push-ups, unless you are up for the challenge. I'm here to help traders build discipline, strategy, and confidence in the markets. And here is a little glimpse into who I am beyond the charts. I've been trading for 4 years, and it's been the most humbling teacher I ever had. At the beginning, I used to chase quick wins, but I learned quick losses hits hard. Trading isn't just charts and numbers, it's a mirror. It showed me my patience, my fear, my strength. Protect my capital and let the patience pay me. Because guess what? In trading, your biggest edge is you. Markets are intense, but it's just like an ice cream on a hot day. It can get messier, but it's always sweeter when you approach it with the right mindset. Enjoy the process and savor the small wins. Off charts, you can find me recharging by the beach, traveling to new places, or hanging out with my pets. I love staying active, but I also enjoy good food and music. Balance is the key. That's a bit about me. Don't forget, life is too short for just work and no play. Yes, even in trading. I'm here to guide you, cheer you on, and make sure we have some fun along the way. So hope to see you in a session soon.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Paul, trading coach at Ola Prime, and this is a peek behind the scenes of who I am beyond the screens. I've been a trader for 6 years now, spanning from agricultural commodities to equity indices. My philosophy in life is to keep things simple but not simplistic, and to seek clarity, not certainty. In the trading world, these concepts help me embrace a mindset of valuing action over doubt, staying disciplined, evolving with the markets, and maintaining self-awareness. The road to becoming a successful trader is a winding one, but with each twist is an opportunity to reflect and grow. There are no shortcuts in trading, and as a coach, it is my mission to help guide traders down a clearer path to sustainable trading. As a new trader, sometimes the thought of earnings potential can outweigh focus on what truly matters. Long-term success stems from a system of patience, resiliency, and consistency. 2 books I highly recommend that profoundly display these qualities are Mind Over Markets and Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. Outside of trading, I love going to the local beaches and golfing. They allow me to clear my head and have some fun too. Golf is a funny parallel to trade. It requires total concentration, adaptability to changing environments, and the majority of the battle is between your ears. You must have a plan to tackle each hole of the course, combined with sound mechanics to execute each shot. Comparably in trading, plans and strategies are important to build and refine, but precise execution matters equally. That's a brief bit about me. I look forward to seeing you in a live trading session soon and expanding our trading horizons together.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Tony, one of the futures coaches at Ola Prime, and this is a little glimpse into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 10 years ago. The early days, full of mistakes, but every loss was a lesson, and trust me, there were plenty of lessons. But here's what I realized. It's less about the perfect strategy and more about the mindset and emotional control. An example of this is cutting your losing trades and controlling your winners. Because if you don't, the proverbial train is coming and you don't want to be on the tracks when it does. That's why, as a coach, I don't just teach setups. I help traders build systems, not just on the charts, but in their heads too. Now listen, everyone wants to double their money overnight, but real growth, it comes from small, smart moves repeated over time. Be consistent and be patient, and don't be afraid to ask, because at Ola Prime, we're here to help you grow. Outside of trading, I'm big on exercise, travel, finer things. It's how I reset and remember what trading's really about. Profit? Sure. But what that profit can do for you and for others, that's what it's really about. So that's a little bit about me. Hope to see you in a session soon, and let's make some money, one trade at a time.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Welcome back, guys. How's it going? How's it going?
Howdy. There you go. Still hanging on for dear life. Hanging on for dear life.
Same here on my small gold trade.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, it's what it is. Martin, what's up?
Yeah. What's going on, Martin?
Sweet. Martin.
Yep, that was pretty.
What's up?
Martin, didn't you win a challenge account as well? Would like to know how that went. If you want to share your experience.
Yeah, tell us.
If you don't want to, that's fine as well.
Us. Yeah, that's fine as well. We always like to know.
It's passing a second phase, which is great news.
Yeah, that is. So it is working. The process is working. Good stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, Michael, I pretty well finished my alerts, so didn't know if you wanted to jump on in, or Richard, either one of you.
Hey guys, if you can hear me right and I don't have any sound issues, then I don't mind going through a few things here as well. I do obviously contribute, but yeah, if there's a little bit of issues sometimes, then it makes it a bit difficult, obviously. But anyway, looking here at the dollar Swiss franc, and it's also a reason why I asked you about the score that you got on your side, Tiger. This still looks like a massive ABC that terminated here in the beginning of August, right? Around about 0.8172. Also, the reason being, I think, is because it terminated right at that upper end of that red warning line. And subsequently, it's been dropping lower very nicely within that channel. Question now is, price being so very close to this little high low over here around, what is that price label? 0.7911. Whether it's actually going to reach it, make a double sort of bottom thingy, give us a little bit of bounce back up again. Who knows, right? We also have this low red warning line that's still sloping upwards that I'm still using. And I generally will keep my pitchforks, although it's sloping in the opposite direction of this move downward. I'll keep this pitchfork there until price actually breaks and closes below this lower red warning line. Because then it's not useful for me anymore, if that makes sense. Like it's run its course kind of thing. You can also see, even though during this ziki-zaki type of move lower, price has respected still these angular lines pretty well. There's instances here, once, twice, three times that it respected these median lines as it pulled back to it. So my thinking is, and you can see this previous low where I marked at B, right? This yellow horizontal line. It is very, very close. Price action is very close to that.
Yeah,
and again,
sure
this
is.
lower end of this channel as well. It actually hit this channel, when was this? Earlier this morning. And you can see these lines that I've drawn here. Let's go to a 5 minute. Looks a lot like an ending diagonal type of move, where you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's like in a contracting, downward sloping, sort of triangular shape, right? Quite often when that ends, it ends abruptly, like we've seen here, very strong bounce back upwards again. So I'm thinking I can't rule out here, because what we've seen already now, even on the 5 minute time frame here, is a nice little 5-wave sequence of sorts. Maybe this is just corrective and we're going to get another move higher. But because price did not make it into that lower red warning line, that previous low, and basically the zone that I've drawn over here, it begs the question whether this will be premature to try to maybe take a little stab at going long. And by going long, again, I don't mean a new bullish move to the upside. I'm talking about the intraday trade, right? So maybe just a scalping type of vibe trade, whatever the case might be. So I'm going to set an alert right at that low of today. Price crossing downwards. So that's slightly above 0.7915. So we can get another move into there. I might, be a bit early in thinking price will move there, because we had this what looks like an ending diagonal. So I think the next move higher might still unfold without price reaching there. But even if that happens, that's perfectly fine. That might be an area that I'll be interested in shorted to this area again. And if we can get some sort of bounce from this area to the upside now or later, maybe that opportunity will present itself as a buying opportunity. So let's see. I'm just checking out what we have here on the poll side. Which coach's style matches today's market-based? Got Michael, steady and calculated moves. Richard, sharp entries. Sniper, exit. I wish I could say that about my gold trade, but anyway. Tiger, fast, fierce, and fearless, as a tiger should be. All three, the Forex Avengers assemble. Let us know your thoughts,
Avengers,
guys. Vote in the poll.
Avengers, Three Caballeros, Three Stooges. I guess it just depends.
Stooges, maybe. All right. Dollar index. We're looking at the dollar index with Coach James as well yesterday during the pre-market pulse. I still stand with the idea that we've seen an ABC, that price could potentially, it is underway, to reach this low that was set at the end of June at 96.37. There's been a period here of sideways movement. Remember, Tiger, we were thinking maybe we were dealing with some sort of expanding triangle. That could still be the case if you look at this, right? The shape-wise. Right? So maybe if we, let's say, come a little bit lower to around about 97.14, 97.10, give or take. We just take this lower line away. That's also the center line of this channel that's been drawn previously, which also, you know, acted as resistance during this move up that ended on the 1st of August. So there's a few things coming together there. And it might be acting as a sort of area that the dollar index price-wise is gravitating towards. Yeah, same thing. I left that pitchfork on here, and we have this low red warning line here. What's really interesting also here is you see this 50% dash median line, this one that runs up here. I don't know, I should actually change that to yellow. There we go, now you can see it, right? Acted with support, now acting as a little bit of resistance. So it just still tells me that these angles are still useful in this case, right? So if we could drop into, maybe get rid of that, we can drop into this channel's center line, this upper sloping lower red warning line. Just have to get all my ducks in a row when I'm talking here. What is this line here? I've got no clue what that line is. So delete it. It's a random line hanging around. Then that might be an area that we, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just curious. How did you draw that? How did you draw that diagonal rectangle? Or that was like slanted. That green rectangle you just deleted.
Oh yeah, you go here to.
Is that only on? Right.
Rotated rectangle. And then when you, let's say, click anyway on a chart, you click the first click, and then you do your second click, and then you go up and down to do the width.
Okay. Now I see that. Okay.
Like angular sort of jobbies. See if I
like it.
where the charts go.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing on. Learn something every day on these platforms.
It's so true.
That's the 2 hits. That area, then maybe that will be an area of interest. Obviously, not going to trade the dollar index, but you know, monitor the other cross-currency pairs, the trades versus the dollar. See if we can get any opportunities over there. Right, so that's the dollar index. Let's have a look at. I'm not even going to look at the pound US dollar. I was actually looking at it earlier. Let's switch back to the indices. FTSE. Still thinking that a fifth wave sequence completed there, at least temporarily, at around the 22nd of August. And that this first drop lower, potentially the start of a deeper correction, maybe an ABC type of vibe. Price has, however, been rather relentless to the upside here, although it didn't break to new highs again from around the 2nd of September. So again, we'll just have to keep on updating this. Again, guys, it's just like anticipating what might happen, and then, you know, if price then does follow the projection with anticipation, then you act accordingly. I suppose a lot of you guys do the same thing. If you watch Michael's and Tiger's strategies as well, a lot of similarities there between those two as well, but like we all do, we go market charts, right? And we, you know, sort of create a hypothesis of what price might do, and then trade it if it follows what we think it should be doing, right? And then sometimes, a lot of times, the markets will be completely the opposite, and sometimes, you know, they won't even follow your projection, and but that's just trading. So
just do the complete other way.
That this might be just a bounce versus this first decline. What is your score on the UK 100? Do you actually track that? Tiger?
Yeah. Yeah, whenever I get a score on it. Yeah, currently the FTSE is giving a neutral 0. So right at 0. Yep.
So a lot of things at 0, right? Right, so that is what I'm thinking on the FTSE. Maybe I should set an alert here to the downside, because if that triggers, I think the next leg low has started. If it doesn't trigger, then I'm completely wrong about this.
Yeah, so
Not in a
FTSE.
trade, just looking for trades.
Yeah, negative seasonality, negative CPI, negative PPI, but positive on the retail positioning, meaning traders are net short. So the contrarian signal would be going long. But yeah, positive GDP, both PMIs, retail sales, and then positive employment change. And then like 3 or 4 neutral zeros. So it just depends on which report you like the most. Or just stick with the technicals.
That's interesting listening to your reports.
Yeah, because I mean, I do that.
I always love when it goes right with what I think it should be, like AF today. Like perfect. If it's just a little bit more confusing.
Yeah, because think about it. I mean, if it's giving me a straight up 0 score, yeah, then that's just, because I've had that happen a few times where I've had, maybe a handful of just a small list, maybe a few 5s and 6s. Well, if nothing's around, and I'm looking for a trade, yeah, 0s are perfect, because then you can just pay just 100% attention to the technicals. It's not like you're going to get a whole lot of help or hurt from the fundamentals. So, kind of one way to look at it.
Yeah. True. I just actually want to look here at between the NASDAQ 100 and the NQ. Obviously, NQ being the futures. What the price action looks like comparative. If I go to the price scale. Yeah. The reason why I'm doing this is just interested in this recent low that we've seen over here on the 2nd of September. It's kick off this month, this nice little rally that we've been seeing to the upside again. Let's just get rid of that quickly. There we go. I previously noted that we had an A wave lower for corrective structure on the NASI. Remember during these sessions, I was sort of following the price action, stated that we were probably seeing a leading diagonal to kick off this move to the downside, and when leading diagonals or ending diagonals for that matter, leading diagonals start at the beginning of moves, ending diagonals typically end at the end of moves, right? And they end it rather abruptly quite often if they do pop up. So here we had that price action as well. After the first initial 5-wave sequence, very overlapping, leading diagonal, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We then had the strong move up, and we were anticipating a potential B wave, but we actually had it over here, and this is trading again. Looked like a nice ABC. What do I always say? If an ABC fails, i.e. when it ends, you think it's ended because it is one of your more common corrective structures, and price moves lower, stops, does not go to a new low, but instead turns back up again, you got to start thinking about an alternative explanation. Still being short after the first initial 5 waves, you just might be dealing with a more complex wave structure, in this case a WXY. So an ABC followed by another ABC, 2 ABCs after each other. All right, whole thing called, if you really want to get into the technicals, WXY structure. All right, so then we had another strong decline lower. Here I cannot for the life of me count 5 waves, and this is where a lot of eliticians sort of, fall off the bus, I think, sometimes, because they're trying to break their heads with a real engineering type of mindset as to what should the exact count be of every single little finicky move that you get. That's why I prefer to, rather with elliott wave analysis, just study the patterns or the corrective structures. All right? And what those structures look like. ABCs are typically your more common, or they are your most common corrective structures. So you'll have a bullish move, ABC. So we anticipated when this drop came lower that we're going to see wave, maybe lower down here, like this. But that didn't happen, and judging by price action currently, after this very strong move back up with price again almost at all-time highs, we have to probably deal with the fact that we've seen a pattern that also occurs quite often, still a zigzag, but we call it a running pattern, meaning that your C wave sometimes falls short of your A wave. Sometimes it makes like a double bottom type of formation, double top, depending on which direction this correction unfolded in. And when they do occur, which I think is what happened here, I mean, they're not as common, is what I'm trying to say, as this type of structure, where your C wave breaks below the A wave. So you're always in this little bit of a doubt format, right? Is it still going to break lower? And then it's already too late. Price made it's all the way back up again. So I think that was an ABC, and price now gearing up to break these highs set at on the beginning, mid-August, 13th of August, around 23,984. The alternative to this, if price fails to break that and we drop lower again, then I'm going to start thinking that we're dealing with what we've seen in gold. This type of vibes. A, B, C, D, E maybe, I don't know. Then breakout back upwards. Who knows? But for as long as price stays above this upper limit and this lower limit, or sorry, stays between there, anything is really possible, right? But for now, I have to assume that C wave's in and that this pattern ended and that the next wave high has started. Well, it's obviously moved higher, but that we're potentially now seeing this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something like that, right? That this is the termination point. So I'll stay with that vibe until proven otherwise. Again, just, forming an opinion of what might be going on. And then, again, even on that gold chart of mine, I had to change around those counts quite often, which is perfectly fine. But the idea from the beginning was that it was a triangle of some sorts. And although the idea turned out to be correct, there was a lot of adjustments along the way that needed to be done. Again, there's that ABC that's interested in gold. I'll leave it here on a 4-hour time frame. Started on the 22nd of April. I believe this formation ended on the 30th of July. Some guys will say it ended here. But if you study Elliott wave analysis, it will tell you that all triangles, whether they're expanding or megaphone patterns, symmetrical, ascending or descending triangles, that they run in 5 sequences called A, B, C, D, and E. Then that, when it terminates, you'll only know after a fact around about here, between the 30th of July, it took, almost a month before we had the breakout, right? That confirms that the triangle has now ended, that breakout over here. However, I'm counting this as the end of the triangle, and that this was the first 5-wave sequence to the upside. It'll zigzag for a second wave, fell to break the low of the starting point of the next phase higher. And I was assuming that we're going to start seeing very impulsive price behavior, because that's how third impulsive waves typically act. And we have been getting that. Very, very strong move up, almost parabolic. Very short pullbacks during the third phase. So this could go really high still, guys. And with price being at all-time highs, where is it going? Where's the next sort of area? And this is why I like using market geometry when it comes to that. Just swinging a standard pitchfork into the direction of this very strong impulsive move to the upside. with the standard Allen Andrews setting, it contained price really well. You can see instances previously here on the 3rd of September, price hit the upper median line, drop lower. Try to get through it once, twice, and then a third time, 8th of September, it was Monday, we broke above it. Right, so where are we now? We at this upper dash median line. Again, I should just damn change these colors. Why is it not remembering it?
It's forgetful.
Like, I mean, everybody gets me today.
So this is another reason to Chantal, hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right, to apologize if I'm not. But this is another reason why I'm also thinking that we might get a little bit of decline. But in the bigger picture, clear as daylight. The uptrend is well intact. We can get very little short pullback still. I would like to, since price has broken above this median line after it acted as resistance once, twice, 3 times, I would like to see this. Right? This is also why I'm intraday short on gold, hoping, since it's now reached the next angular area of resistance, that we can at least get a little drop. Right? So that is another reason why I am, doing a little day trade on gold short. So let's see. Still in the trade, not out yet, but definitely taking a bit of heat on it. We'll revisit the actual trade in just a minute. But this will be ideal, guys. A little pullback. So we test. Call this a zoom of a median line. And very often, price will retest it again, what we call a kiss goodbye. So it zooms it, comes back, gives it a little bah, and then lifts off back to the upside again. Kiss goodbye. But that being said, if price were to now, whether it's going to move down today, tomorrow, or maybe not at all, who knows, right? But if it hits this upper red warning line, I will start thinking that we're getting very close to finally seeing our 4th wave decline and still be bearish, right? But what does that mean in my back of my head? Small little pullbacks, typical of a 3rd impulsive wave that I think is still underway. But as soon as we're going to start entering into maybe a little bit of a deeper pullback, come on. It takes a little bit longer, so longer in time than these little small pullbacks that we've seen over here, then that to me would scream and shout that that's a 4th wave correction. Then we'll try to track, or I'll try to track where I believe that 4th wave might end, and then assume that we might get another wave higher than to complete this 5-wave sequence that I still think started here from where the end of this triangle ended on the 30th of July. Right, and then maybe just a much deeper correction again, and before the next phase higher starts. So while this isn't a very strong uptrend, yes, it's probably dangerous to try to short anything here, but I've got my reasons, taking a stab at it, and yeah, so that's what I'm saying or seeing on gold for those that are interested. And then let's actually have a look at the gold, which is not doing too well while we're there. Yeah, so obviously, right as I entered, boom, straight back to the upside. So it's starting to look really crappy, but I'm not going to change the or get out of this trade as yet. I'm willing to risk that small amount that I've done there and still be up for the day after the WTI crude oil trade. Which brings me to WTI. And I think I covered this during the beginning of the session, but just to give you a quick rundown again, I think I need to be on a smaller time frame, the 1 hour. we had this move into that centimeter line of this pitchfork, and this is a trade we took yesterday. Well, I took this trade. I think James was actually short this trade right before I took it short. So he must have been. I know that he actually, swings trades for quite long durations of time. And we sort of during the pre-market pulse session yesterday also mentioned that there's more downside potential in crude. We think, we can't say for sure, but obviously we think. So we had a pullback again to this median line and a rejection again. So what's happening here? Not sure. This is crude oil. Doesn't always give you this nice sort of zigzaggy behavior that you would want to, increase the odds that you're dealing with a corrective structure. But here it's just boom, straight into a centimeter line rejection. Boom, straight into it again, and now we're getting a rejection back lower again. So, I'm still thinking this might be an incomplete 5-wave sequence until proven otherwise. So let's see. What else can we have a look at? Anything else you guys want me to have a look at in the chat? Let me know. I'm sure we're going to be switching over to you soon, Michael, to do your rundown, a deep dive.
Absolutely.
That's pretty much it from me on my side, I think, guys.
What about? I'd be interested.
Yeah,
I'd be interested, Richard. I'd be interested if you could do that on the pound yen, because that's the trade I'm in. Maybe just a quick look at pound yen, perhaps. Because I was kind of doing a little bit more digging into the 5-wave sequences and the ABCs. So I think that's probably going to be one of my next projects. Just something to kind of look at and coinciding with my strategy.
The thing is with that is it's a rabbit hole. This 5-wave.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt kind of what I was.
That the market way sort of works in like 3s and 5s or combinations thereof. I mean, also look at the W patterns. I mean, it's sort of like a 3-wave move or whatever the case might be. I think the where Elliott wave analysis becomes really useful is during corrective structures, because they're more defined, and you can quite often determine the characteristics of the pattern that's potentially underway while it's still underway, not even completed yet. But when it comes to these trending markets, and I've seen it a lot of in your guys' charts, because you follow a lot of these Forex pairs, right? It's like, what on earth is all of this?
Well,
I don't know.
That's
for me.
Well, it's funny you say that.
ABC.
Yeah. It's funny you say that, because Coach Paul
ABC.
Yeah. Coach Paul and I on Quiet Markets was talking about that last night. And he was saying that he and Coach Darrell were talking about it on futures yesterday. But when it comes to the currency market, it just, unlike all the other markets, it typically goes sideways when you look at the highest time frames, right? They're sideways markets. Yeah. They just kind of trade within a range. It's not like a stock.
Yeah, the
stock market. Yeah. Yeah, it's not like the stock markets where you're typically going up over time.
Yeah. So if you look at corrections, like I said, you just study like ABCs or zigzags, double zigzags, and triangle patterns, and then use your pitchforks and obviously try to figure out where those first A's and that B might be before the C follows, or whatever the case might be. Let's actually use this one. And assume always you're dealing with the most common one. Right? Yeah. And then let the pitchforks guide you into an area of interest rather than trying to break your neck about how to count all of this correctly, because it is absolutely insanely messy.
Yeah.
Probably have to look at a higher time frame here.
Gave you a tough one. But yeah, that's part of the challenge of being a Forex trader. Yeah. They do. They just kind of
100%
go into it. I think Coach James was on with either, I can't remember Richard or Michael who was on with me and Coach Richard or Coach James, but yeah, he was talking about that as well. Like he'd been trading whatever it was he was trading, dollar yen, I think it was, or no, yeah, I think he was talking about dollar yen, and he was talking about how it's just ranged, went in a basic range of whatever 1 point.
Yeah.
Oh, let me get the numbers right. 1 point or 100 to 200. I think it was
difficult to figure out what's going on here. I mean, in the bigger picture, you probably, if you start scrumping it up, maybe we seeing a triangle, but it'll be way too early to
tell.
For sure.
Yeah.
No
biggie. Yeah, 160 to.
Yeah, but that's why I started dipping my toe very slowly in with like the pound US dollar and the US dollar Swiss franc that I've shown recently. Because you guys, I don't trade Forex that often.
Yeah.
But I rather scour through the ones that's standing out to me, and that's been following, for example, market geometry analysis really well, at least in the recent past, and full term my trade ideas like that, and hopefully take a trade or two. You know what I mean? So
come over to the dark side.
Pound Japanese yen.
It's safe
Me
over
and
here.
Michael, we're waiting. We're waiting on you to come to the dark side.
You guys are busy with the dark arts here. One thing I could do is this: just simply switch, pitchfork that direction, and you can see that it's sort of been hugging that 50% dash median line for quite some time. So if it were to move lower, do you have a potential, in your case, tiger demand zone? Maybe here, maybe that's of interest, for trade to the upside, depending on obviously what your sentiment analysis says.
Yeah, it's my long
up.
Long for now.
Finally break these highs, and it reaches the upper median line. Expect resistance, not necessarily that it's just going to bust on through to the all-time highs. Maybe on a different time frame, you've got an unmitigated supply zone there somewhere. So just multiple disciplines maybe. Like we've seen yesterday in that crude oil trade, you had that supply zone right there at the center median line. Overlapping with a different sort of analysis technique, and it worked really, really well. So different ways to skin the cat, I suppose. But it's always cool
have to combine
spot similar setups with different strategies. Like you guys
combine all three of our strategies. We'll have to figure out a way to do that. Look out.
We have to reach out
you just supply and demand with Michael's
code?
Algorithm and in the context of Richard's market geometry. Woo! What would we name that?
Right. So we super good after that.
Yeah. Coming Christmas or not Christmas? You want family time? Like maybe after Christmas we'll come for a little visit, Michael. I'm sure we'll be hard at work trying to do this.
Right.
Probably be on the beach.
Yeah, we catch up right after that. My birthday's in December. Actually, it's Christmas Day, so anytime after that, it'll be perfect.
It's your birthday on Christmas Day. Wow, that's special.
Yep, Christmas Day, December 25th. Yeah.
Oh, it's funny. My ex-wife.
Send you, I think I'll forget that one, and I'll send you a congrats.
Yeah, that's easy. Well, yeah, my ex-wife's is on Christmas too. Yeah.
Yes, they said there was this chart that I seen. Actually, it was like 2 weeks ago, and it rated your birthday by how rare that birthday is, 1 out of 366. And of course, it was the second rarest birthday out of all days in the year. And one
really?
was,
Christmas?
of course, leap year. If you were born on leap year.
Yeah.
Yes. You know, someone actually.
So you're saying
was
Christmas
born
is
on
the
leap year.
second rarest?
That is still the weirdest
Yeah.
thing ever.
Yep.
The leap year thing.
Huh.
Yeah, that's insane.
That's when you were like born on the 29th or something, right? Of Feb.
29th. Yeah.
What was that?
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, when you were born
29th.
on the 29th.
Yeah, the
Leap year.
29th of February, I want to say. Yeah.
February, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's weird, right?
That's
Because
divide
technically, you literally don't have a birthday every 3 years. Like your day actually never comes. Seriously, that's crazy.
I mean, if that were me, I'd be celebrating the day before and after. I'd just make it a 2-day birthday.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
You wanted a whole month, birthday month, didn't you, Tiger?
I know. I get a birth month. Gentlemen,
Birth month it gets.
Bolaji's asking, well, first off, hello, Bolaji. Balaji's asking,
Hello.
what's the significance of market liquidity and how does it affect strategies? What do you think? What do you think, gents? What do you think, Mark? What do you think, Michael?
Yeah, market liquidity, right? Like this is what we talk about when we say trapping traders, right? There's, in my opinion, how I view it, there's tons of liquidity sitting at certain levels. So whether they want to run it long, or short, they want to sweep that liquidity first before they run in the opposite direction. That's where that manipulation phase in that AMD cycle is kind of sitting at. So yeah, and then as far as the second part of that question is, does that affect like the actual trading strategies? Again, for me, right, like I want to see them trap those traders first, because if I don't and I just jump in before that happens, then guess what? I'm going to be one of those trap traders. Right? So I always like to see that that cycle play out first, right? That accumulation, manipulation, and then distribution. So after the manipulation happens, aka liquidity sweep, stops being hit, liquidity grab, whatever you kind of want to call it, it's kind of all the same thing to me. But after that, then you want to be on that ride where they're actually running in the intended direction. So that's my my take on it.
Yeah,
Good question,
Balaji, I also think if you put it maybe in like a bit more without the market maker moves and all that sort of stuff, AMD models, whatever the case might be. It depends. I don't know how experienced you are on trading, Balaji, but if liquidity in the market basically refers to how easy is it to trade, get in at a price that you want, get out as quick as you want, right? So how liquid is that market that you're trading, right? So you get some markets that are not very highly liquid, or they're not traded that often. You can maybe have large spreads in markets like that, if you look at Forex markets, for example. And that will definitely, depending on the liquidity of the specific market, also affect which strategies you want to trade. So you don't want to be trading a highly illiquid market with scalping, for example, right? With swing trading might be a bit more suitable for trading markets like that. So yeah, but that's just coming back down to the basics of what liquidity actually means, right? Where, yeah, Michael, you went into accumulation, manipulation, distribution, liquidity engineering, all that sort of stuff, right? So, which is also obviously prevalent there. But liquidity, very important. It needs to be liquidity, otherwise, the markets won't move, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a bank holiday. Like when some holidays show up and you're like, man, the markets aren't moving, and it's a bank holiday. Like, yeah, that's why there's not that many participants in the marketplace. So the volume's a lot lower.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lots
And just
lower.
just
Okay.
just to throw my piece on there, Balaji.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, just to throw my piece on there, Balaji. Yeah, you got to have. I mean, that's what the banks are looking for. That's what the institutions and banks need to get into their orders as well. If they go and place their full order at market, or whether it's a market limit order or whatever, right? They're going to get horrible slippage. So they kind of have to look for that liquidity to slowly accumulate their position, right? On a downtrend, they're starting to buy just a little bit, and then let price drop, buy a little more, let price drop, buy a little more until it starts to round the corner, and then they can place their final buy order to push the markets up, or vice versa if they're trying to turn an uptrend into a downtrend. So they have to sneak in their orders, but they also have to find stop losses to do it, for the most part, from retail traders, us sitting at home on our computers or our smartphones or whatever. So they know where those liquidity spots are, and they use that to their advantage because they're placing millions of dollars on orders and such. So they can't just put that whole order on. They have to slowly and gradually accumulate that position, or distribute that position if they're, again, trying to short the market. So, yeah, they have to find those pockets in order to feed their order. But it's all stop losses and, certain limit orders. So yeah, super important. It's the most important thing, and one of the most important things in trading is just finding out where those markets are going to turn, where those liquidity pools are, pockets. It's a hot topic too. Believe it or not, I've seen a lot of people on YouTube try to dismiss it like it's not even a real thing. It's like, well, how do you explain? How do you explain the accumulation distribution and the fact that they can't just get their full order in on one swing? So, yeah, it's kind of funny how that's even a topic.
It'll be chaos if they had to drop everything at once. I mean, the market's not that liquid; they can sometimes even fill the amount of orders they want to fill. So, yeah. I really like that term, engineering liquidity, because they can, at least I believe they can temporarily, manipulate the market to swing traders into believing it's going to go up or down. People pile onto it, and then what happens? Your stop losses get run, stuff like that, and that's actually them filling their large order position sizing. So it happens, definitely happens.
Yeah.
All the time.
All day, every day.
Yeah.
24/7 in the currency market anyway.
We trade against them. But I guess that's also why some of these strategies that you guys trade, it's geared to also identifying, those areas that are being manipulated. Accumulation, manipulation, what phase are you in, like you do, Michael, and then the distribution phase that comes out of it. It's like all about assuming when is it going to happen, where is it going to happen, identify that it is happening, and then when you see the reaction from it, like you do perfectly also, Michael, jump on board the train rather than trading against it.
Yeah. That's the whole model. Let them do their thing.
Yeah, but
and I'll be right there to route.
Correct. We're going to be switching over to Michael's charts anyway, and he's going to be going through his little deep dive session, which generally is towards the end of the Forex Fire session, where he identifies a lot of trading ideas and using his methodology. So maybe if you follow along there, you'll very often see maybe previous examples, because I see you just joined, but maybe talk us through, Michael, one of your recent trades that you've taken, why you've taken it, talk about your W, broken butts, whatever the case might be, which was your, accumulation, manipulation phases, and then distribution, jumping on board, where the actual trades are and which levels and all that sort of stuff. So maybe this will be a really good session for you to take note of, Balaji. So please have a look. Hopefully we can help you with that.
Yeah, so speaking of, I still have this kind of marked up from one of those previous sessions. I think this was really, really good. So I always like to show this example. when I speak of that accumulation, manipulation, distribution setup. And again, I'm trading this in line with what I would call, again, that the market maker cycle. So just coming out the box, I like to say it, right? Like this starts at 5 p.m. Eastern and it goes to midnight, right? Midnight Eastern. So this entire 7 hours, I like to think that they're just collecting contracts. Accumulation phase, setting the Asia high, setting the Asia low, and they're just trading in between this. Right now, I would say this is pairs outside of Asia. Typically, it's just accumulation, but let's say it's a double Asia pair like NZD-JPY or AUD-JPY or AUD-NZD. Maybe this isn't accumulation. Maybe it's the distribution phase, but only because it's double Asia, right? So that would be like the only one caveat to it. But typically, on majority of the other pairs, I'd say 90+% of them, it happens this way. This is the accumulation phase in Asia. So this is the Asia session. Now, right at 12:01 is when they kind of start doing the dirty work, right? This is where they start to, okay, we finna start trading below or above that Asia low and Asia high. There's traders who have pending orders short below the Asia low. It's typically breakout traders, right? Just looking for a close below to go short. And then similarly on the other side, there's pending orders going long. Just looking for, close below. Close above that Asia high. So they just like to play with this level, right? So the accumulation phase from 5 to 12 for those 7 hours is done. Right at 12:01, all right, now it starts to manipulate, right? Let's do that manipulation phase. So they'll hit it once up here. That's what this first green circle is. Tag those traders going long, right? Most traders, if they do have a breakout like strategy, basically, they're putting their stop halfway through the Asia box. So that's why they pull back, hit the stops, take them out, right? So they knocked out the first group of people, manipulated them, right? The next one will be, okay, boom. Now other traders have so now they're putting their orders pretty much around this same spot. So what do? They come out and they go a bit higher. So now everyone's jumping onto this like, okay, they're definitely going long at this point, right? So what do? They go long, activate those orders, and then they pull back to typically around that Asia high in this example, right? Because again, there's traders going short here with pending orders. And then also this is where the traders who are going long at this second circle put their stops at. So boom, they tagged them out again, right? And then we get to the last little swing, and it's typically 3 hits to the high. 1, 2, 3. And then we get to this
Where's your
first leg here.
Cursor? I don't
so
see
I
your
can't
cursor,
do a
Michael.
cursor because this is a picture.
Oh, I got you. I got you. Sorry about that. I didn't know that.
I can't do it. It's no worries.
I
so I try to explain it a bit.
I was like, his chart stuck.
What's up, Butch?
That's crazy.
Yeah, they'll typically put in this first leg here, and really just kind of, this is where that last little wave, I would say, right before they actually yank it the other way around. So their first leg's put in right at the M of the manipulation. They'll pull back a little bit, make that second leg, and kind of give you this M top. And then finally, this is where they really do the work at, right? Because they'll break below that, let's say, neckline area, and then pull back right to that neckline area. And that's what this first arrow is, where it says enter here, right? That's the first spot. This is the best spot to get in if you can grab this spot right here, right? Because this is the break and retest after they've done the accumulation, after manipulation. This is the first spot right when they're starting the distribution phase of the entire cycle, right? So if you can grab this first one, it'll run down typically and pull back right to that same area. So if you did miss the first one, you want to grab the second area where it says or here, right? The second arrow. Or this is also a great time to add to your position if you're, confident. I don't do that. I don't add in like that. I typically just smash mine on this first one. But if I did miss that first one, then I would be looking to enter on the second position. And yeah, that's really it. Just continue to kind of take it down, right, and complete that distribution phase. And yeah, that's how you successfully miss the first two parts: accumulation, manipulation, and then actually take advantage of the real move, because that's where you really want to be in that. This is that slow, consistent move in the intended direction that you want to be a part of. So yeah, that's how I like to look at the AMD. And then as you can see, I just kind of put here, because it's two levels. So it says level 1 is typically when a 13 and a 50 EMA are crossed. You want to look for a small run and then a pullback, which would be the first pullback to the 50 EMA. Now, there's no EMAs on this chart because I just drew this up, but I'm going to give some examples here in a moment. But yeah, you definitely want to just how you think of support and resistance or break and retest or fibs, all of that will be encompassed in this one thing right here. Everything that I just mentioned. Right. And then again, that sweet spot is right where they retest that level. So that's what I'm always trying to grab, no matter what, in my trades, that level 1 or level 2. So as you can see here, level 2 is typically when the 50 and the 200 cross. To give some type of M structure off the 200 and for price to close below that 13 EMA and a reload on the TDI, which I'll show what the reload is here in a moment. But yeah, those two areas on the chart are the main things that I'm looking at here. So I'll share that, and then let me reshare one more thing. I got to do some sharing and unsharing to make sure I'm not showing wrong.
What's up, Fungzi? Moses, welcome.
Okay, cool. And then I'll re-show this. All right, so this is just another chart markup. Just really pointing out that same thing, right? So to the right here, this is my market maker cycle that I'm following. 1350 crosses level 1, 5200 cross level 2. I'm only trading these two areas, right? I'm staying away from the PH, which is the peak high, and the PL, which is the peak low. So if you look to the left here, you can kind of see that this is the same exact model, just actually on the chart versus a drawn out figure. Right, so we got the peak high. Yes, sir. You already know. We got this peak high, 1350 crosses. Okay. Run down a bit, and that first pullback, that's where you want to get in at. Right, so this will be a level 1 setup. So cool. Kind of getting into it. Just kind of like an example of like what I'm looking at, what I'm looking for throughout the charts. Let's into them now. All right, so I have most of these drawn up already. Today's just Tuesday, but every day I go through all of these pairs, starting with the indices at the top. And I got like the metals, crude, Bitcoin, and then all the Forex pairs. So we'll go through all of them now and kind of see what I'm looking for. So just starting at the top, we're looking at NAS 100, as you can see. This has not come down off this level just yet. So we are, as you can see, we have this 5200 cross to the upside. So I'm looking for some type of W structure off of this level here, which would be, I'm looking for a W structure, a half a back structure. Actually, this is a perfect explanation here. So yeah, I'm looking for something like this, right? Whether it's a W structure, like you see here in this first image, whether it's a half a back structure, HB stands for half a back. Right, so it looks like a W, except the first leg and the second leg are different. On the W's, the first and second leg are 7 to 10 pips between each other, but the second leg on the half of bats, you see, is nowhere near the first leg. It's more than 10 pips. Yeah. If it's more than 10 pips, it automatically makes it a half a bat for me. And then you got your head and shoulders pattern, which I'm sure you're probably familiar with. It's basically the head and shoulders pattern. I mean, half a bat pattern, except there's an extra shoulder over here, right? So same exact thing, same, except it's one shoulder, right?
I love that name.
And then we got
Half
the
a
V,
bat.
which I stay away from. Oh yeah, the half bat, the half a bat. So these first three are good to go. I just don't trade speeds.
Bit his head off or something. That bad.
Yeah, right. Yeah, gotta stay away from the V's because this could easily come back, give you the real leg, and then go. So I don't trade the V's at all. There's only 4 moves that they'll really throw, and I'll take 75% of them. W, half a bat, or head and shoulders pattern. If they throw the V, I'm not touching it. I'll just stay away from it.
Okay.
So just some context on what pattern I'm looking for. So when I draw this and say, hey, I'm looking for some type of W structure off this 200. It could be the W, it could be the half a bat, or the head and shoulders pattern. I don't really care which one it is. Just make it off of this 200 level with the TDI needs to confirm as well. So with the reload, I want to see this yellow market baseline go below this yellow static line, just like this, right? Because this is, for me, is that part of the manipulation phase. Gotta have the manipulation
Michael, why are
phase.
you there with that indicator over there during the reload phase? Balaji is asking, what key indicators do you rely on? So maybe just explain quickly what all those indicators are and how do you interpret them in your strategy?
Oh, yeah. So I can kind of draw this down here. This is my TDI, right? It's called the Traders Dynamic Index, right? So let's do here. The blue ones are the, I can't spell for anything, so I'm going to spell something wrong here, but I think it's Bollinger Bands, maybe? Spelled like that or something. The blue ones are the Bollinger Bands. I think that's purple. The purple is my RSI line. The pink is my signal line. What else we got? Yellow. The yellow is my market baseline. And then that dashed white is what I call my static line. So I have 8 different setups, actually. So depending on the setup is depending on what this looking for on here, right? So in this particular example, this is the W off the 200. We'll say W, half bat, or head and shoulders, right, off the 200. In this case, for this particular setup, I would want to see this market baseline, as I just mentioned, go below this static, the white static line.
Mm-hmm.
With this, that is what creates the reload, right? As long as the market baseline is above the static, how it is now, because you can look here, you can see that the yellow crossed the dashed white right there, right? And it has not been below it since, right? The 5,200 crossed, price has not touched the 200 since. So for the W, half a bat, or head and shoulders pattern off the 200, it requires a reload. That's just the steps it needs to take, right? So I would need to see something like this occur. So I would need the market baseline to cross back below the static at this point, right? It's a lot that goes into this, to be honest, for all of the setups, because they all have slightly different characteristics. But this one in particularly requires the reload. All W, like level 2 W's, M's, half a bats, head and shoulders, they require this reload. So hope that.
Yeah, Balaji, just join us again. I think once you see this over and over again, it might look very, very, confusing at first, but the more you see it, I mean, me and Coach Tiger, like, we dream about this stuff every night almost now. Because we are force-fed this information on a daily basis.
Pretty accurate.
But just
we have it tattooed in our heads for sure.
Yeah. And the more you show up, like, the easier you'll be able to see this, and you'll be able to tell that, I'm not just making this stuff up. Obviously, it just plays over and over and over and over again. Now, if you can take it and actually get in the trade, that's one story. If you can see it, that's another story. If you're up, that's another story. You know what I mean? But this plays out. This cycle plays out all the time. And I got a lot of pairs to kind of go through, so you'll get a good understanding of it. So yeah, this is just the first one. A lot of these trades are going to be in level 2, so you'll see this over and over again. So when I'm giving you a deeper example now of what I'm looking for the structure to actually occur on this particular one, but this is going to happen for all of them. The TDI is always going to be the same. When I got the 5200 cross, I'm always looking for this pattern. Always, always, always. It's the same exact thing. On this particular setup, though, right? Because again, I have 8 different setups in my playbook that I'm looking to take. But this is pretty popular. This one occurs a lot. So cool. Just try to follow
every
along
day of the
best
week,
you can.
and twice on Sunday.
Exactly. You got it. Right. So, okay. I forgot. I kind of just showed this. So yeah, kind of the same thing here, right? We got the 5200 cross here. So we're looking for, again, some type of W structure off this 200. However, we have no reload yet. So the market baseline, as you can see, is still above this static line. That's not good enough yet. The chart is saying it's ready, and the TDI is saying, oh, no, it's not. I need them both to agree. Right? So I want it to look something like this. The market baseline need to come below the static, and then I would want to see some type of W structure like this. Right. As long as the R to R makes sense, which this one does, is basically 1 for 183. So risk in $1 to make $1.83. Good to go. I can take this. This is fine. So level 2 longs on US 30, but we're still waiting for this reload to occur. Next up, we have S&P 500. Same exact thing here. Right, we got a 5200 cross. Yes, price did touch the 200, but once again, that doesn't. Let me delete it. Draw this over. That doesn't count for the simple fact that if you look, the market baseline is above the static. That's not right. You gotta wait. This has to go below the static for it to count. Right. So just like the last one, I want to see the market baseline go below this static to give me that reload. That part of the manipulation phase to actually be able to take the trade. Because naturally speaking, that's the next move in the cycle, right? So like when I draw out that pattern, once the 5200 crosses, price, I would want to see price make some type of pattern off this 200, right? So the fact that it's just kind of sitting up here doing this ugly sitting here thing, I'm not surprised. They're just chopping, kind of waiting. And then we'll see probably a sharp move down. This here was NFP. So I thought it would have kind of gave us a move, let's say something like this. Then, but as you see, it didn't. Right? And there's still no reload. So it's not ready just yet. It's cooking, but it's not ready.
Look it up.
Sizzling.
Right? Just sizzling. So let it finish cooking.
No, it's not sizzling yet. Right. Sizzling would when it's close to your teepee. Simmering, maybe.
Right. Right. This thing just got thrown in the pan. Right. That's really it. There's nothing else that's there. No smell. Doesn't look good yet or nothing. Right.
Not up to temp yet.
Yeah. So he's gonna lead us in the long. But yeah, S&P 500 level 2 longs. Next up, we got gold Gold has been so high that it's ridiculous. I just don't even know what else to say about this damn thing. Right?
You just said it. I think we all agree.
Right? 5,200 cross, and price has never, ever, ever. So 5,200 cross way back Sunday, the 24th, August 24th. Price has not touched the 200 at all. At all. And again, I don't take the bounce trades off the 50 once this 5,200 cross. I would need to see the move off the 200 first, and then I'll take the move off the 50. So this is nothing as of right now. This thing is super high, and I'm not touching this. In fact, I'm going to delete all of this, make it a little bit easier. I still need to see some type of structure. All right, market baseline is really high. Need to come back down, give us that reload. And then to the upside, I'll be gladly to take it back to the upside after it does something like this. Right? Until then, it can just stay as high as it wants. And I'm going to just watch because I'm not touching it. Right? It is still level 2 long. I will say that. Level 2 long. All right, so level 2 longs on gold as well. Just got a long way to go. Silver, I'm gonna delete this. There's a lot going on here. Silver is pretty high too, guys. I don't really want to touch this one either. Silver was a trade that got smashed last week or week before last, so it was a great trade. Yeah, we took this trade right here. Beautiful trade. I haven't called this as a Mona Lisa before it took off. All right, if we jump down to the 15-minute here. Yeah, gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous trade. All right, we had our 5,200 cross here. Yes. And then we had...
So that was like your popcorn in the pan, just like sizzling away, and then immediately, bah! After a while. It just popped.
This was like beautiful sitting in the pot. Like I'm taking it off, putting it on the plate, and cut it up. It was time to eat after that. As soon as this confirmed right here.
Making me hungry.
Seriously.
It's almost breakfast time for us.
Right.
Michael, I just want to mention something quickly before we continue there. To everyone in the chat over there, we will be giving away another 5K challenge account today. So we will announce that anytime, guys. So we're still deciding on when we're going to do that. So if you want to win one of these accounts, I believe there will be a $5,000 Forex challenge account as well as a $25,000 future account to be given away today. It could happen at any single time. So please do stay tuned. If you haven't won one of these accounts yet, but you would like to do so, please follow the steps that will pop up on the screen right now. Step number 1 is you need to please make sure that you subscribe to both Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime Global accounts. Keep on commenting during these sessions, not just ours. When we finish, there's going to be the pre-market polls as well as the future session to follow right after that. So keep on commenting so we can actually pick a winner based on who's been active in the chat, right? And then the point number 3, very, very important, is make sure that your email's linked to your YouTube bio so we can actually get hold of you with your account details should you be our next winner. So do go follow those tips if you haven't won before. And good luck from our side. There's a 5K challenge account, a Forex challenge account, and a 25K futures account to be given away at any given time. So do stay tuned. Share this channel far and wide with all your friends and family if they like-minded traders as well. And who knows, maybe you'll be our next winner. There are a lot of guys in the actual chat that has already won, so they could probably vouch that this is not just some sort of scam. When we say you're going to win something, you win something, and we get you set up really, really quickly as well. As some of these guys already passed their challenges as well, and some are very, very close to doing so. So Guys, it's really, really well worth it. Just following those simple steps, getting the account if you're a winner. It's easy as that, and just a really, really good opportunity. Cool. There we go.
Nice.
Back to you, Michael.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, guys, definitely take advantage of these free accounts that we're passing out.
As far as I know.
Right.
Can't beat it.
Right. Cool. Oh, this is funny. We had me and Tony had what we thought was a troll in the in the comments on Sunday. So I put, "This is for you, X." He asked for two something, I forget. 2 examples of what I'm looking for. Oh yeah, he asked for 2 examples of what I'm looking for. Like, I'll give you 4 instead of 2.
All right.
He actually ended up being okay.
Throwing 2 more. Double whammy.
Yeah, he was saying something about not being rich like Elon Musk's son or something. We're like, well, duh. The guy's the richest man in the world. Of course his son's going to be. That was a... We didn't even know what to say about that. Yeah. So anyway, moving on. This is when I do, just so you know, this is pretty much what I'm looking for, right? Like these 4 things when I come to the charts. In addition to where like the cycle in my checklist, these are, the main things I'm asking myself. Like when I come to the chart, I want to know what cycle I'm in, right? Am I in peak high? If so, it's a pass. Am I in peak low? If so, it's a pass. All right. If I notice I'm in level 1 because I see the 1350 cross, okay, cool. Now I want to see some type of pattern. If I don't see a pattern, it's a pass. Okay, let's assume I did see a pattern. Okay, cool. Let's move forward. Do I have higher time frame confirmation? Let's check it out. I mean, I would be looking up to the 4-hour chart, right? To say, hey, am I on the right side of the 13? If I am, if I'm not, it's a pass. If I am, great. Let's move down to number 4. Do we got to close above or below the 13 EMA for me to actually take the trade, which will be my entry confirmation? If no, it's not a pass, it's a wait. We'll just wait, right? And then as soon as it does, that's when I'll enter the trade, given that everything actually sets up and confirms, right? So that's a little bit of story on that. But yeah, same thing here, guys. We got this 5,200 cross on crude to the downside. So I'm looking for some type of M structure off this 200 level, right? With the reload, just as always. So crude, level 2 shorts. Bitcoin is finally coming around. There's still no reload just yet, but still looking for some type of, let me redraw this, some type of structure off that 200 level. And in addition to that, the market baseline going below the static for the reload, right? To the upside, that move will look something like this. Right? It's bad at all. Nice, nearly 1 for 2.5. Right, so level 2 longs on Bitcoin. Just be careful once price gets to about this 800 EMA. You probably want to be at break even by then, just in case it bounces off. But yeah, Bitcoin level 2 longs. The peso, I don't actually trade this once again. I just look at this for rates. So we'll skip this one. Cool, getting into the Forex pairs. Right, nice and simple once again, guys. Price has not, we got the 5,200 cross. Price has not touched the 200. So I want to see it come down and give me some type of structure off this level to the upside. That move will look something like this. This will be nice if it can set up. This is a 4 for 1, almost 4.5. Right. We still need our reload. As you can see, market baseline has not gone back below the static. So we still need the reload to occur. Right, 5,200 cross, level 2 longs on EU. Next up, we have EJ. EJ is level 2 long, but this thing is probably about to turn back the other way. So this one I will be kind of just waiting to see what actually occurs. Because yes, it could still turn it back around and give us that bounce off that MW structure off the 200. But definitely want to wait on this one. Looks a little funky. This could easily turn down to the downside too. So I just step away just a little bit on this one. Give it some room to breathe. See what's going on. All right. So level 2 long on EJ, but kind of just watch the price action. Make sure it plays out right. Next up, we have EN. EN is a little funky, but it does look like it kind of came out this box. So marking it up, we got this 5,200 cross to the downside. So we are level 2 shorts. All right. And we're still looking for some type of action off this 200 EMA. Back to the downside. Market baseline is below the static, but that's not bad. Still want to see some type of reload here. And then that move will look like this. Right to the downside.
Good. Well, Michael will get to the dollar Swiss franc pretty shortly. So please do stick around. He's just systematically working through all the pairs in his watch list.
Going long.
Yep. I'll get to
George. How's it, George? Is asking you, Michael, can you explain the reload area a little bit clearer? Please, senor.
Yep. So how you can see the reload consists of the market baseline going below the static line, like right here. Like if you look at that, you can see the yellow line has crossed this dashed white line to the downside. Right, so that's fine that it did that, but I want to see it actually make a real reload, which would be market baseline actually coming up. Because it's down. I don't want to see it down yet. I want to see it come up and make the manipulation phase of the AMD cycle, right? So I want to see it do something like this. Like once it comes up back above that market baseline, once the market baseline comes above the white static line, then the reload kind of kicks in because price has gone above the static, which is inducing traders to go long. So I want them to induce them to go long first before I short it. So yeah, in essence, it's just making sure that
it's like a momentum indicator, though. Is that right?
Well, I would say more of maybe not momentum. I think maybe more of, I don't know. I would just say the manipulation phase of it, because without the reload, to me, is like going from accumulation to distribution. There was no manipulation there. So I want to see it do that phase first, right? Because if there's no reload, they skip the step. And it just makes me think that they're going to come back and actually
syncs up nicely with the actual phases in order, right?
Yes, exactly. Because what happens is if there's no reload, that's why I always say no reload, no trade. And again, I preach about this. This is big for me. This was one of my cornerstones of trading. Like I used to lose a lot of money by jumping into this before there was a reload. Right. So it's super important that they do have that phase, because if you end up jumping in early and then they pull back, now you got to wait through all of that drawdown or close your trade where you're the one getting manipulated. So I want to let that phase pass and then jump in.
Yeah.
Pulling the rubber band back.
Right. Michael, what is the impact of the weekly ADR on the daily? Yeah. weekly impact on daily and weekly ADR. Oh, that's an easy one. So it's kind of like ATR, right? If I'm trying to take a trade, let's say I can measure this, right? I'm typically taking my trades off right at the ADR, which is this dotted orange line right here, right? So if I want to take a trade short, right, I want to make sure that I'm within that range, right? So let's say the ADR is from the entry to the ADR low is 92 pips. That's good, right? So my TP is 92 pips. That's about the ADR low if I wanted to take it, just wanted to short it. Now, if I was trying to take, let's say, I don't know, 150 pips, that probably wouldn't work out as well because the ADR low is only 92 pips. I'm like trying to squeeze more juice out of the orange. There's nothing left, basically.
Exactly.
So I'm using the ADR
trading the expectation,
to kind of
expected move.
Exactly. You want to kind of match it up with, like what I would call like the speed limit, so to speak. If the speed limit is only 60 miles an hour, you want to be doing 60, maybe 65, right? But you don't want to be doing 80, 100. Something, you know what I mean? It's not going to turn out. So I always correlate it to just, this is me doing the speed.
But 61 is still speeding, Michael.
65.
Okay.
So just a quick question I missed there from Nish Gracie. Do you have to activate the futures account after you pass it? Nish Gracie, as far as I know, the challenge account and your active or live account, they got different account numbers. So they need to be set up. I don't know why my camera's doing this again. By the accounts team. So once you do pass that phase, we'll know that you did within the rules and all that. And then a new account will be created, I believe. It's just a different account number. Okay.
Right.
I believe that's
right. Nedia Petachado, what's up, my man? Everything is great.
Machado.
How are you?
Machado.
Good stuff.
Cool. So hopefully that explained it. And then the same thing, Sammy, for the weekly, right? Like I don't swing trade, so that wouldn't affect it too much. But let's just say hypothetically speaking, right? Let's say we got something like this, and you took the trade from, let's say, here to here, right? Let's say this distance is, I don't know, let's say it's, and this is weekly, right? I just want to kind of point this out. Let's say on a weekly basis, let's say this distance from there to there is, let's say 250 pips, right? If it's already gone, if the ADR is, the ADR be divided by 3, but let's say the weekly range, right? So let's say the weekly range from, all 3 to 5 days would be, let's say 240 pips. If price has already went 250 pips, I'm definitely not trying to short this anymore because it's already gone as far as it probably should, for the week. Can it go further? Of course it can, but basing it on averages, this is probably as far as it's going to go. So I will be much more willing to go back the other way, looking for setups the other way versus trying to continue to take this. So same exact thing on the weekly and the daily. That's how I play it. Cool. So hopefully that answered you guys' question. Moving on to EC. EC is also in level 2. Why? Because we have the 5,200 cross and price has not touched the 200 at all. Plus, there's no reload, right? The market baseline went above the static, but it never came back down. So that's why I want to see it come down. Give me some type of reload like this, right? And give me some type of W structure like that off the 200. All right. So they'll be looking for something like this. All right, so level 2 longs on EC. EG is the one I'm really looking to take.
You still steaming on that one?
You absolutely right, I am. You absolutely right.
I haven't heard you say EG in a few days, so just had to make sure.
Oh yeah, I'm still waiting. As soon as this thing's set up, I'm all over it. Right. So yeah, level 2 longs on EG.
Revenge.
Yeah, we did have price touch the 200 here, but the market baseline was above the static, so there was no reload over here. So again, as you can see, market baseline would need to come down here to give us this reload. It did go below it over here, but this is nothing. This is just, they got like some small wicks towards it. I need to see some body on the candle. So this actually kind of looks a little funky. So we'll see how this looks. But I am going to set an alert right here. Just saying, check this out. Because I am not going to miss this when it sets up. Right.
Still fooling with you.
Yeah.
Yep. So this was actually a missed trade for me yesterday, guys. I was asleep, like literally just set up an hour and a half after I went to bed. So prime sleep time for me. Right, we had the 5200 cross. We knew we were level 2 short. So we were looking for some type of W structure off 200, which happened. Let me zoom in a bit. Which actually happened right here. All right, we got that M structure. You could have took this trade short right here. Let me make this red to make it congruent. But yeah. So this was actually 2 setups, guys. You had the M structure off the 200, right? This is, once you can get the cycle down, you get to take advantage of the moves as they occur when they actually set up. So M off the 200 here, right? So let's do something like this, right? And I'll put this over. Right. Probably had at least one in here somewhere. All right, probably want to throw your stops above this 200. So barely a 2 for 1. But once that move continued and then it pulled back, remember the first move after the 5200 cross is off the 200. The next move is off the 50. So once this came in here like this was a second move, which is what I would call the level 2 money trade. Right. This one doesn't require a reload. The only thing it requires is for the market baseline to go below the static on shorts, which it did right here. Right. And the RSI line and extended line go above the market baseline before tanking, which is exactly what happened. So this was actually a great move last night to the downside. And yeah, hit TP. This was a nice, this will still be running like as we speak. Right. But it definitely went, as you can see, right to the 80-yard low, which is what I always target for the most part, unless there's a blue tracer not too far from it. Right. So beautiful, beautiful setups on both of these. Right. Both of these, literally, guys, craziest part about this is both of these set up when I was asleep, like literally. This one set up at midnight. I definitely sleep at midnight. And this one set up at 10 o'clock at night. Definitely sleep at 10 o'clock too. And the craziest thing is I'm only asleep from about 9 to 2:30. So if it sets up in that time frame, just done. I mean, I can't do anything about that. Right. But for both of these to set up during that window, sneaky bastards. That's all I can say.
Yep. Yeah. That's the way they do it.
Yeah.
Sneaky
But I just want to show
bastardos.
that this is a great example of exactly what I draw every day, guys. Right? Like you have the peak high up here. And again, this is a variation of the theme. So it's not going to be perfect. But if you look and see everything that I constantly draw out, you got the peak high here. The 1350 crosses right here. So the blue crosses the red. That's how you know you in. I'll do it like this: 1350 cross. So you know you in level 1 short, right? And you're looking for some type of bounce off the 50, which it gave us, but not clean, right? This, you could have taken this, right? Let's say if you took this or you took this, I could justify why someone would take that, right? It's not the cleanest because I don't really like the way the run kind of didn't go fully, but not the cleanest. But this would have been more of a what I would call a scratch days trade. Like, don't put your full risk on this trade because it's not that clean, right? But it did happen. Peak high, 1350 cross, runs back a little bit, pulls back to the 50, kind of sits around, closes below the 13, target is the 200, right? So that was the first move. After that, you get the 50-200 that crosses, right? So next move is you're looking for some type of action off this 200. This doesn't count. That's wick. This is wick. This is wick. None of this counts. But what happens right when price actually is closing, give you some close above the 200, you know, now this sets up. It closed below. This was the trade, right? It pulled back to the 50, dropped again. So everything that I draw in that cycle has literally played out in this particular setup. What in the world? How crazy is this? So apparently this sets up when I'm asleep because this is even at 10 o'clock at night. So I got to pay attention to that. EA will set up when you sleep.
Yeah. Well, that's
a good note.
Would that be
that's a good note
around Australia's like lunchtime ish? Maybe.
That's a good one. I mean, I would expect it to move in Asia, right? Because AUD is an Asia pair. So kind of how I drew that earlier when I said some of the Asia pairs, instead of doing manipulation or accumulation in the Asia time frame, they're doing distribution. Like you can kind of see.
That was 10 Eastern or Central?
I think this was 10 Eastern. 10 Eastern. So 22, yep.
What time is 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in Sydney and Beijing? Beijing. We'll just find out from DeepSeek.
Let's see.
Of course.
Because I see this is sitting up.
If it's 10 p.m. Eastern time, if it's 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, then Sydney is 2 p.m. the following day. Beijing is 11 a.m. So there's that. A little bit of a mixed
bag. Probably having
bag.
lunch over there and running the market.
Yep. Sydney, 2 p.m. They're getting ready to close out their day with hour and a half prior. And then Beijing, they're getting ready for lunch. So they're like, screw it. I'm out of my trades. I'm going to have a long, extended lunch and mess with Michael since he's asleep. And he can't get into his trade.
Exactly. He's over there with his thumb in his mouth like a baby.
Like a baby.
It's hilarious.
Only vampires win at this game. That's what they're saying.
Right. Right. Nice. But yeah, moving on. I deleted that on GU. Reason being is the EMAs have crossed back to the other side at this point, right? So we're level 2 long, right? Price has not touched the 200 just yet. So we want to see this kind of do some type of action back up to the upside. And again, this ADR high will always, for the most part, 90+% of the time will be my target. That's typically where I want to take it off at. So in addition to that, we would need our reload. Always need the reload. Right. And then to the upside, that move will look something like this. Right. So not bad. Almost a 2 and a 3 for 1 on this, depending on how it sets up. Yeah, or 3 and a quarter, depending on how it goes. So yeah, GU to the upside, we can get a nice little pullback. Level 2 longs on GU. GJ is really ugly. I'm not going to touch this one at all. Yes, we have a 5200 cross, but all of these bounces, we got way too much going on over here. I just don't like none of that. So this is a full-on pass. I'm not touching GJ at all. GA.
Another one of those nice charts.
Yeah, that was ugly. I can tell when it's messy or wicky or rangy right away. Like it literally takes me 2 seconds tops to notice it. It just looks weird, like staticky. You know, like you watch TV and you can tell that the TV's clear, like crystal clear, 4K, whatever. Or you can hear that little, like maybe I'm gonna say it back in the day, I guess, right? Where you got like the antenna or whatever, and it's like staticky. You can hear that little humming sound. That's what ugly charts sound and look like to me.
They look like that. They sound.
Yeah,
they look like the
it's just ugly.
Sounds. Yeah, makes total sense.
Yeah, like fix the antenna. That thing is staticky and it's making that humming sound. Like it looks ugly, right? Yeah, this one is pretty funky too, but not horrible. We got this 5200 cross. Price has not touched the 200 at all. Even the times it came close to it, it was just wicks, right? So still looking for the same thing. This is getting pretty low. If it breaks this low point over here, which would be right there, I wouldn't be interested in taking this any lower, right? But I wanted this to come up and break past this to the downside, market baseline, go back above the static for the reload. Right, and that will look something like, oh, whoops, that's backwards. That'll look something like this. Right, nice, nearly almost 2.5. Right, so level 2 shorts on GA. GC is easy to spot. 5200 cross. We still have no touch to the 200 just yet. All right, so looking for some type of action off that 200 EMA with the reload. Really easy. Level 2 longs on GC. All right, I always notice that once the 5200 crosses, if price does not touch the 200, that's how you know that's you in that level. You need some type of pattern off this level at this point. So level 2 longs on GC. GN looks like EN. I don't like it. I'm gonna leave this one alone. It's a lot going on here. So this is a pass, total pass. Somebody asked UF. Okay, I'll get into UF shortly after this. This is ugly too, actually. And once again, once we get this 200 cross, I can easily tell that it's ugly as hell. We got way too much going on here. We got this. The move actually happened right here, but they moved with huge drop. You couldn't even get in. It closed. This was your TP. It closed where your TP would have been at. So this is nothing. So pass on GF. USD CAD. Oh, would you look at that? See, I got an alert on USD CAD and it's about to go off.
Oh,
reason being, same thing. Same exact thing.
Oh, look at that.
Right. So we got the 200 cross. Right. After that, what are we looking for? The W off the 200. Market baseline just went below the static for this reload. All right. So this is setting up. The next thing to do, we know we are in a cycle. We're in level 2. Do we have a pattern off the 200? Yes, we do. It's right here. Right. The W. Do we have higher time frame confirmation? I don't know. Let's look. Is the last candle, we're going long. Is the last candle above the 13 EMA? No, it is not. So we do not have higher time frame confirmation. This candle closes in 59 minutes. If this candle closes green like this, like it is now, then we'll have higher time frame confirmation and it'll be ready to go long. But for now, it's not. It's not ready yet. All right. The R kind of sucks a little bit too. It's only 1 1/4, but we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. This alert's going to go off probably in a second here. So we'll know what that's about. Cool. So level 2 longs on UC. UF. Kerbals looking for UF. This is a very easy one to see. We got a 5,200 cross to the downside. Price has not touched the 200 at all. So that's what we're looking for. Put M structure off this 200 level back to the downside. There's no reload. So market baseline needs to come back above the static for the reload to give us that short. But yes, we are level 2 shorts on UF. So hopefully that helps you out there. Moving on to USD JPY. I thought this was going to give us some type of head and shoulders pattern off the 200. As you can see here, we had this left shoulder, had this head, and I thought it was going to come back this way and give us the right shoulder, but it never did. That's why I had this in alert set. It says H&S off the 200, which didn't occur. So I'm going to delete this alert, delete these drawings, and why is this not deleting? Trading View is tripping. What the hell is going on? Delete. All right, whatever. We're going to leave it alone. I don't know why it's doing that.
Maximum overdrive.
Oh, what in the world is that about? All right. I know to ignore that alert. All right. Anyway, moving on. I normally got about 12 minutes left. I'm going to try to get through these. So we got the 5,200 cross to the downside. So I know we are in level 2 shorts. All right. Level 2 short. The price has not touched 200 since it's crossed. So we're looking for that structure off the 200. This would be nice because I like it when it makes the structure off the 200 and the 800 at the same time. Like it's not in the way. It's like a, what do you call it? A odds multiplier, right? So it's just slightly.
Odds enhancer.
Odds enhancer. There we go.
Yeah. Those are the fun teams. 650.
Yes.
Swiss franc.
So cool. Level 2 shorts on UJ. Just wanted to close below this 800. That's the main thing. Next up, AUD CAD. AUD CAD was great, but it moved on Friday NFP. So I had this marked up pretty good. We had the 5,200 cross here going long. As you can see, this next part here says this. This is nothing. There was no reload on the TDI, so that's not the structure we were looking for. But here it is. They gave us this nice half a batch structure off the 200. They gave you 1 for 1 1/4. It had a small reload, so this worked out. This is a good setup. Delete this. And then right after that, remember 5,200 cross, move off the 200, and then the move off the 50. So the next move was right here, which was the level 2 money trade.
L2.
Right. This was then I put a perfect example of how the market makers move during the news. This was NFP Friday. And I was literally, as you guys remember, I took this trade in session. I was in this trade. Yeah, I was in this trade as this happened. I mean, right on this horizontal green line. So I got in right here. They held it for NFP. I closed it at 8 o'clock, right before 8:30 news. And then, boom, this thing ran up. And said, "Ha ha, Mike, we knew you was in there."
Sunny beaches.
Yeah, what a smack.
The news is off limits for you.
Yes. So yeah, ACAT is done, all the way done. I'm waiting for it to go back the other way now. This is peak high. I'm on peak high at this point. Next up, we got NU. NU is easy to see as well. I'll redraw this really quick. NU needs to come give us that W structure off the 200 back to the upside. Price need to close above this 800 EMA on this one. Right? Give us that W structure with the reload, of course. There's no reload yet, so this need to go below the static, back above. Give us the move like this. Right? So level 2 longs on NU. And see the opposite of the other one. I forget what it was, but finally got out of that box. We know we are in level 2 longs because the 5200 cross, so level 2 long at this point. And same thing, guys. 5200 is crossed. Price is not touched to 200. So I want to see it come down, give me some type of structure off this level, back to the upside. Market baseline going below the static for the reload. And that move to the upside will look something like this. All right. Nice. Almost a little over 2.25. So level 2 longs on NZD CAD. Next up, we got NF. NF is nothing. This thing has been sitting in this range for so long. It's nasty. We'll just leave this alone altogether.
Oh my, that thing's getting bigger and bigger every time you show it.
Right. Exactly. Like, what's going on there?
Range.
Yeah, so this is nothing either. I don't like the longer W's like that. I mean, this worked out fine. I just don't like it when it's like this. When it comes out of this little consolidation and then runs. So yeah, this was nothing for me. Although it was there. If you do look, everything was there. Sometimes I don't get in them because of the way they look and it still works. All right, but this was level 2 long.
Michael, we got a question here from George. George Nandozi. What time frame do you execute those trades on, firstly? And second question, which time frame would you consider that structure ready?
Great question. So I look at this mainly on a 1-hour chart. I'll look at everything that we've looked at was on a 1-hour chart, and then I will kick it up to the 4-hour chart just for the higher time frame confirmation. And then second question, which time frame would you consider the structure ready? All of them. This structure works on all time frames. I'm a day trader. I like to enter and exit my positions the same day. So I trade the 1-hour chart. But if you were a swing trader, you can literally go to the higher time frame, look for this same structure, right? And just do it the other way around, right? This is the 4-hour chart, and I can see this same exact thing setting up. 5200 cross, what are you looking for? Now, this doesn't count because there's no reload, but I'm just showing you that there's still the same structure. It's called what we call fractional. Same setup, the same cycle happens on all time frames. All right, so yeah, AUD CAD's done for me. AF is actually the trade I'm in right now.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Martin Adel says, sorry, Michael, he's up 0.8% on his account today already. That's very good. Very good.
Nice.
Gonna eat
Nice.
some chicken wings.
Chicken wings. I'll take some.
Winner,
Spicier the better.
You know what they say. I love my
Spicier
spice.
the better.
The
If I
hotter
ain't
the
sweating,
better.
I ain't enjoying it.
Mm-hmm. Spicy. Sorry, Michael.
No.
Just trying to catch up on
you're
some of
totally
these chats over here. We still have 5 minutes, guys, so let us know in the chat there if you got any more questions. 5 minutes to go.
So this alert's probably going to go off here for me to move my stop loss to break even. We got in this trade. Field price is at 44. It's only at 51. That's so funny. This does not look like it's only 6 pips.
Yeah.
This is a slow moving.
Doing well.
Molasses.
But yeah, perfect.
Runs on molasses.
Perfect. This is the same setup that I've been explaining since the beginning of time. Right? 5,200 cross.
Wow, you're old.
You've been around the block, Michael.
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
This is his 50th reincarnation or something.
Yes, it is. All right, 5,200 cross. Once again, yes, price touch. I pointed this out earlier, but yes, price touched here. But if you look down, market baseline is above the static, so there's no reload. Right? The reload happens over here. Market baseline went below the static right here. Now we're talking. Now we have the reload. Right? And what happens? Exactly what we expect, or what we wanted to happen. Again, this was my only if. I didn't take this with a full position, only took it with a quarter. My second position that was right here, it never pulled back far enough. So I'm gonna go ahead and take this off. I won't be adding a second position on this. And yeah, we're basically right at break even. I mean, stop loss to break even. I moved my stop up at that point and just not even worry about this trade after that. I won't take any of it off because I'm only in on a quarter. It's only up 104 bucks at this point. So not much. But yeah, this is the exact cycle I've been pointing out all day, guys. It just happened to set up in session. Right?
Yep.
So level 2 longs on there. Same thing here. Looking for M off the 200. Since we're in level 2. There is no reload yet. So, of course, market baseline needs to come back above the static for that reload. Level 2 shorts on EF. CAD yen. And it's only a few more here, so I'll just run through them really quick. Level 2 shorts. Need the reload still to happen on CJ. So level 2 short here. FJ is nothing. I'm not trading this one. This is way too high, and it already hit the 200 several times. This is peak high, so this is nothing for me.
Cheech and Chong.
Yeah. No, I can't touch that. This one is
George,
extremely low.
Michael's
This is
speaking a few indicators there. Michael, George is asking, additionally, what indicator do you use? So
this is what I call the PDI. Yeah.
Right. So maybe just quickly
It's price
answer that, then
action
we guys,
indicator.
we unfortunately have to end the session. We've got 1 minute to go. Just a heads up, Michael.
Yeah. So yeah, George, this is indicator, the TDI. It's a Traders Dynamic Index. And then, yeah, it's a price action and market maker cycle based. That's what my strategy's based on. But yeah, that is pretty much it for the day, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed the session. Hope you learned a lot.
Good stuff. Thanks for all the interaction, questions, and so forth, guys. Please do stay tuned. We're still going to be giving away some challenge accounts, right? We're still going to give away 5K challenge account as well as a 25K challenge account. 5K will be a Forex account, 25K a futures account. So we can be giving them away at any given time. So please do stay tuned. Make sure that you follow the steps I've talked to you about previously, so we can choose a winner on who followed that. And yeah, maybe you're next up in line for the next prize. Anyways, coaches, Tiger, Michael, thanks so much for your input. I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Have a great day to all of you from our side. Goodbye.
Have a good one,
guys. Take it easy.
Cheers.
Ola Prime. Trade with transparency.